speakers and participants for joining us today despite their busy schedule. Thank you very much for your attendance once again. 네, 오늘 일정을 간략하게 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 잠시 후에 세션 1으로 시작을 할 텐데요. 세션 1의 주제는 고준위방폐물 관리사업 현황으로 준비가 되어 있습니다. 그리고 이어지는 세션 2에서는 고준위방폐물 수용성 재고 방안에 대해서 발표를 들어보고 마지막으로 오후 특별 세션에서는 고준위방폐물 기술 개발 로드맵으로 발표가 준비가 되어 있습니다. 여러분 끝까지 함께해 주시면서 이 심도 깊은 논의의 장에 힘을 실어주시기를 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그럼 본격적으로 세션 1 고준위방폐물 관리사업 현황에 대한 발표를 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 첫 번째 순서는 스웨덴 SKB의 매그너스 홈크비스트님께서 준비를 해 주셨습니다. We will start session 1 under the theme of status of HLW management projects. And I'd like to invite the first speaker, Mr. Magnus Holmqvist of SKB Sweden. Everyone, let's welcome him with a big hand.
Good morning, everyone. Good to see you here today as well. First, I'd like to extend my gratitude and thanks for being invited to Chief Executive Shah and to the organizing committee and to Korad and Korea. I'm also very glad to see young generation here today as well. That makes me happy. I think we need you in the future. I'll take the opportunity to introduce SKB and SKB International. SKB is the mother company, Swedish Nuclear Waste Management Organization. It's owned by the nuclear utilities in Sweden, and it was organized in early 1970s. The responsibility is the complete responsibility to manage and dispose of all radioactive waste and spent nuclear fuel that comes out of producing electricity with nuclear in Sweden. SKB International is a wholly owned subsidiary of SKB and has been in place since 1984, supplying technology, know-how, and expertise to other waste management organizations around the world. I will come back to SKB's journey in my next presentation, in the next session. But for now, we should start by recognizing the fact that SKB has been around for 50 years. We had a 50-year anniversary this year, where we had all staff in one big event, very good. There's almost 600 of us in SKB today, and it was very good event for the organization and the staff after being away from each other for such a long time during COVID. Quick look at the agenda, somewhat a news update, some program priorities and milestones, some information about the licensing process, and also some activities in the next couple of years, and then how to follow us on different social media. SKB 50 years, we've already done that. We have had an exciting year. We had a decision on government for us to continue the program, the licensing process, towards building and operating a spent fuel repository in Forsmark. We had the environmental license for increased storage capacity at the interim storage facility CLAB. And we have just released our RD&D program, the RD&D roadmap. We do that every 3 years. It has been done since late 1980s, and it's done every 3 years. It goes to the government for their approval. Also, the English version, by the way, will be available in I would believe it's already in January, and you can find it on SKB's website. And so is the new cost estimate project or report, the Plan 2022, will always also be available in January on SKB's website. Brief, let's do this also. No, there we go. This is SKB's Swedish back-end program with the waste producers on your left, the two waste streams, the high-level waste, the red one, and the yellow one, the low and intermediate level waste stream. We have a ship to transport the waste and the spent fuel to the interim storage facility. Club? No? Oh, sorry. There we go. No, never mind. Club is on the lower hand side along number 1. And then for the low and intermediate level waste, that's transported with the ship to the interim storage facility, or to the final repository for spent nuclear fuel, for low and intermediate level waste, SFR in Forsmark. That is number 2 here. The other facilities are yet to be built. So there is an encapsulation plant in connection to the interim storage facility. There's an extension of the current SFR facility for decommissioning waste. And there is the spent fuel repository and a future repository for long-lived waste. So the priorities here, number 1 is the extension of the storage capacity in the interim storage facility from 8,000 tons to 11,000 tons. And this is crucial for the nuclear power plants to continue their operation. Second priority is the extension of the SFR facility to be able to dispose of the decommissioning waste from the 6 reactors that are in decommissioning as it is now. Third priority, we'll come back to why the final repository is third priority. And fourth priority is the encapsulation plant. There's actually a 5th priority as well, yes. The final repository for long-lived waste. The plan for operation is 2045, so it's well into the future. This is just what I just said about the priorities, so we'll just skip this slide and go to the next. Roadmap, R&D roadmap. Updated every 3 years. There is a report out now, the RD&D report. It's updated every 3 years. 22 is this year. Next time will be 2025. And as you see, there is no time scale at the top. And that's because we don't own the time scale. We do not have, we are not in charge of the time plan here. There are many processes that will alter our time plan. So instead, you can see that these reports, the RD&D reports, are published every 3 years. So based on that, you can figure out the time scales, basically. I'd like to put some other perspectives here. The environmental court hearing in 2022 for the extension of the SFR facility, the low and intermediate level waste repository, and also there is a preliminary safety assessment that will be submitted to the government or to the authorities. And in the spent fuel program, the KBS3, there are a number of environmental court hearings that we will do until 2024. And also there is a preliminary safety assessment that will be submitted to the authorities in the mid-2020s. The licensing process is somewhat different in Sweden. We have 2 legislations, the Nuclear Activities Act, which is managed and steered by the nuclear authorities, nuclear regulator, and then there is the environmental code, which is handled by the Land and Environmental Court. So there are 2 processes, 2 legislations, somewhat overlapping. So the nuclear regulators, that's a stepwise process where we produce documents continuously over the entire process. Whereas the Land and Environment Court, it's a hearing. It's a court hearing and a judgment, and that's once and that stays. So we have done this one time, and that was for the government to be able to make the decision over here for permissibility. So now we do court hearings for the requirements that we will have to follow during construction. So this is the schedule for the court hearings and for the licensing process in the environmental court. So we have 6 of them. The first one is to extend the club facility to 11,000 tons. The second one is for extending SFR facility, and as you see, we have already started those. And then there is a third for seawater outtake, and so forth and so forth. And the second last one is the KBS3, the spent fuel repository and the encapsulation plant. And as you'll see, in end of 2024, we will have a ruling by the court. So after that, what happens then? Well, as it is a court decision, court ruling, it can be appealed, and we're expecting appeals. It can be appealed first to the higher environmental court and a second time to the Supreme Court. So we expect that will happen, and we are calculating about 2 years for that process. So that would mean by the end of 2026, or perhaps beginning of 2027, we will have a complete license to start construction. We've been doing this for a long, long time, almost 30 years. You'll see that in my next presentation. And during this time, we have managed to increase acceptance and also keep the acceptance in both our host municipalities. And as you can see, it's 84%. It's a small number up there, but this is 84%. In favor of the 2 facilities that we are about to construct in the 2 municipalities. Some important activities for the coming years. In the research and development, I want to stress the prototype repository, which is a full-scale repository test with, from the start, 6 canisters with heaters and so forth and so forth. Now there are 4 left. There has been in this position for more than 20 years. I think the first one was installed in 2001. And these are being retrieved now. Project starts. Great opportunity for anyone to join this project for international cooperation. We're also closing the Espehar Rock Laboratory, our underground facility, once all the tests have been retrieved. And for the extension of the SSR facility, we'll do the land environmental court hearings, as we just looked at, were shown in the previous slide. And there will be the PSR preliminary safety assessment report, and also starting of contracting partners for construction. And you can see the activities for the KBS3 concept. We already discussed those. We also do value engineering. And what is value engineering? Well, it's reinventing ourselves. We look at our processes, technologies, materials, and so forth, and ask ourselves, can we make this more effective? Can we make it cheaper? Can we cut costs? Can we cut times by changing? And in the smaller slide here, you may not see it. The first example here is to optimize the construction, the buildings at the disposal sites. And we, in this example, we go from 20 buildings to 6 buildings. It increases flexibility, but also cost and efficiency dramatically. And then there are 2 other examples here. So this is something we do with the entire program to cut cost. And it's been successful so far. And it's continuing. The closing of Espehar Rock Laboratory, yes. An era comes to an end. It's the facility in the world with, I would say, the most experiments ever done in an underground location, ever. SKB has decided we come to the conclusion that we have no use for it anymore. We have spent a number of years finding other parties to take over without being successful. So unless someone comes forward and says we'd like to take it over, we will be starting the closing in 2025. But before that, We will retrieve all the full-scale experiments as well as the scaled experiments. And there are a number of them. And this is also a good opportunity for international corporations for others to join these, retrieve the experiments. And as I was saying before, the prototype repository is the largest one that we've ever done. It's the unique. It's been in position for more than 20 years. And there's an opening to join these. There's more information on the website at the bottom of this slide. Or if you can't find it, let me know. Follow SKB. We're on social media. Please follow us. Thank you very much for your attention. I believe there are questions now, or?
질문이 있으신 분들 질문을 좀 받아보도록 하겠습니다.
So we will move on to the Q&A session. If you have any question, please ask now. Do you have any question?
Well, first of all, thank you for your great presentation. I'm a graduate student in Korea. My question is, SKB has done these significant things throughout history, and what are some lessons that can be learned that could be said to Korea?
Okay. We were very early out, started very early. So we have done many things that doesn't need to be done. It doesn't matter. So we did everything because no one knew at the beginning. So we did everything, and then we can conclude that certain things are more important than others, and some things are good to know. Others we could have done without completely. So take a look at what we have done, and come back to us and see if there's a way to shorten time spans by doing the right things instead of doing everything. And I think early in the program, you don't need to do that much for research and development, especially if you can find a geology where you can find the data. You can do safety assessments, generic safety assessments. You can do a lot of things, modeling and so forth with available data. And data is available. I mean, not only from ESPE and SKB, but also from other programs that are more advanced, like the French and the Swiss.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. A lady over here.
네, 질문 아까 손 들어 주셨는데요. 여기 여성분. 네.
Thank you for your presentation. My name is Eun-jung Lim, and I'm actually a political scientist. And I went to the Forsmark 4 years ago, which was impressive. So your numbers were more impressive, actually, 84% support from the local community, which is amazing. So what is your know-how? I mean, if you can share your, wisdom. I mean, SKB's wisdom.
I have a presentation in the next session as well. But basically, we started out in the north, where there were very little and no understanding or previous knowledge of nuclear at all. And then we went to a nuclear community with 3 power plants. Big difference. We started on a higher level. Everyone knows someone who is working in the power plants and so forth. So it's a different kind of acceptance. You start on a different level. So we went from 65% basically when we started measuring in 2003 to 81% in 2010, and now we're at 84. So, and it's about being present, open, transparent, honest, and creating that relationship with the municipality. It's like you and I having a relationship. There must be trust, otherwise it doesn't work. And trust is earned, it's not given.
혹시 또 질문 있으십니까? Do you have a question?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for this presentation. As you said that you're going to close the laboratories, and you did say you did a lot of efforts to try to keep it going. Could you elaborate on that? And also given the feedback that we received, that it should be something that we should engage on an international level towards providing the opportunity that is given before it ceases to exist. Thank you.
Yes. The decision was made quite long ago, and then there was back and forth on how to do this, and if SKB should stay in as a partner in somehow, and that has been a possibility all the way. But we have approached a number of organizations and governments and so forth and so forth. And also in Sweden there is a governmental research organization that has a number of research platforms. So we approached them and to see if they would take this in as one of their platforms. They concluded they didn't have the resources, and no one else has come back to us to say that, yes, we would like to take it over. But the doors are still open, so if there is a consortium or a number of organizations that would like to do this, and possibly together with SKB, that's an opportunity. So come back to us and see what we can do.
Thank you. I'm pretty sure Rebecca knows about it, but I wonder if Stefan is still listening to us, but I will take it with me. Thank you.
네, 질문 받아봤고요. 이제 시간 관계상
So because of the time limitation, we'll have to wrap up the first presentation. We have another presentation by Mr. Magnus.
Please give him a big round of applause. 네, 그럼 다음 발표 계속해서 이어가도록 하겠습니다.
Next, we'll move on to the next presentation. We have Mr. Ingo Blechschmidt.
For his presentation. Everyone, let's welcome him with a warm hand.
Good morning, everyone. I would also like to thank you, to thank Korat, to thank the President for Mr. Cha for the invitation. It's very good to be back after this long break because of COVID and to have the chance to keep track on the activities of you and also the activities of the organizations participating in this meeting today. NAGRA, we introduced ourselves several times during the last SaRaM meetings. SaRaM is the implementer in Switzerland. So we are responsible for almost any issue related to radioactive waste management there. So, and today I will not talk too much about NAGRA as an organization, and I will also not talk about details about our waste management concept, but I will inform you about the most recent news in our program. And as you see here, just as a reminder to you, in Switzerland we also have a nuclear power program. We have this 5 nuclear power plant, and one of these nuclear power plants is in shutdown currently and decommissioning. And with this, we really facing a phase where we need to reaching a new stage, a new phase in our program where we really need to implement our disposal program. Currently, I'm so small, sorry. Currently, most of our radioactive waste is stored in our interim storage facility at Svilak, and some of the waste, of course, is still stored at the nuclear power plants by itself. So, as many of you, many of the other waste management organizations or countries where they have to deal with radioactive waste, we have a waste management concept in place. So we are also going we follow the concept of deep geological disposal for radioactive waste, and one speciality for our program is that we also dispose of our low-level waste in a deep geological repository. And as, again, for many other countries as well, we have radioactive waste to care of not only from the nuclear power plant and decommissioning, also from research and medicine. And with this, the responsibility of the radioactive waste in Switzerland is not only with the nuclear power plants, but also with the government. Something very important. In Switzerland, we have our legal regulation in place, and this legal regulation, this legal framework clearly defines the roles of the different groups involved in radioactive waste management. So the overall lead is with the federal government in Switzerland. And when it comes to site selection, the lead is with the Federal Office of Energy. And NAGRA is playing one of the roles in this game. And our role is a clearly defined technical scientific role. And with this, we are also responsible for developing a disposal concept based on the specific Swiss boundary conditions we have, and also conducting all the related RD&D activities. So with this we have, this is where we spend a lot of time during the last 5 decades, we have a disposal concept in place. And as many others, we are going for multiple barrier systems, so we also need to look for suitable canister materials and so on, and we also have buffer material around it. And of course, we have the geosphere, which is acting as the main barrier in our concept. So, yeah. So, and now we have a concept in place, our legislation is in place, we have the roles distributed in the way that everyone knows what is his function and what is his responsibility. But now we need to find a suitable place, a suitable area which can host the repository. And for that reason, in Switzerland, we introduced a so-called sectoral plan. This is how we call any big infrastructure in Switzerland, for example, motorways, big dams, tunnels, and so on. And there, the procedure is always clearly defined. And for the siting program in Switzerland, we placed this sectoral plan in 2008. And with this, we also started the siting program, the official siting program of this current stage of our program. And it's very important to say that this sectoral plan needed also a lot of discussion to fix the regulation, to fix the rules, how to find in the best way a suitable, safe site for the future repository. In this document, we also defined the criteria to be used to evaluate the sites based on safety and technical feasibility. So our whole process is based on safety and technical feasibility. And the program is organized in these 3 main stages. And as you see here, we started with a wide map. But the wide map, it doesn't mean that we started with not knowing about our country. Wide map in this respect means that we did not exclude any of the regions and any of the geologies when we started to do with our screening activities at that time. So, and I think this counts for any siting program for deep geological repository around the world. The basis for the siting, for the site selection is the geology. The geological data available, and of course the geological data being generated during the siting process. And this is exactly what we did. In the first stage, when we did our countrywide screening, based on this wide map approach I explained before, we looked at the entire inventory, geological inventory in Switzerland. And there we quickly realized that there are areas based on the regional geological boundary conditions, based on geodynamic aspects, seismicity and uplift, that it was easy to select larger regions which could be excluded from our following siting program. And there you see in the southeast of Switzerland, we have the Alps, where we have still a huge uplift. And if we go to the north, we have, or we are very close to the Rheingraben, where we need to look for seismic activities. And we also have the folded Jura mountains. So these areas could be already excluded during this first screening phase before we started the 3-stage siting program. Also marked here, we only have the geological data from the country itself. We also started quite early with working in our 2 underground research labs. One located in crystalline type of rock, that's Grimsler test site, and the other one located in sediment in the so-called opalinous clay. So these information, they were very important to do the next step and to enter the first stage of our siting program. And with this knowledge about the geology of the country, and also with all the criteria we defined in the sectoral plan procedure, we could already identify most suitable rock formations, which is called the opalinous clay. So this is a sedimentary type of rock with a high content of clay, more than 45% of swelling clays, which provides very good swelling capacity, so a very good sorption capacity for released radionuclides, and a very, very low permeability. And also based on our criteria we defined before, we could also already identify smaller areas in North Switzerland which appeared to be as suitable for our next steps. So we did the screening. Based on the screening, we started stage 1 of our site selection program, which let us identify 6 potential siting regions. Based on our sub-criteria and also indicators we defined to describe the criteria and to define the criteria and to allow a discrimination between the different areas, we were able to narrow down from these 6 siting regions to 3 remaining siting regions at the end of stage 2 of our program. So, and there you see the timeline. Start in 2008. Then Federal Council decided in 2011 about the results of stage 1, and Federal Council decision on stage 2 by end of 2018. So in 2018 we entered phase 3, our final phase of our siting program, with the target to select at the end of this stage our final disposal site for our repository. During stage 3, we had to conduct a very intensive, a very extensive site characterization program by running a rather large 3D seismic campaign. So we covered more than 200 square kilometers with 3D seismic in the 3 areas. And then we drilled 9 deep exploration boreholes from 2019 to 2022. And you see, this is exactly the time when we had the pandemic, and we were still able to run this drilling campaign without major disturbance. And in parallel to this, these investigations, we also had to develop and to conduct a quaternary investigation program to get a better understanding about expected surface processes in the candidate regions, by using shallow boreholes down to up to 250, maximum 300 meter, and we also did supporting 2D seismic, only with the focus to get a better understanding on the shallower part of the only 100, or let's say 0 to 200 meter below surface. Good, and based on that, we could update our geological models. That was very important to use this data, especially from 3D investigations, to correlate between the different sites, and also to get a good understanding about the quality of the rock, about the phaseous development of the sedimentary rocks in the area. And of course, this could be nicely correlated with the data we received from our deep boreholes. So that was a very good tool to get a really good understanding and a good, a perfect way to see what are the most suitable, best site out of the 3 we proposed. Yeah, and then deep boreholes, already mentioned, 36 months, very active. Sometimes we had 2 drilling campaigns running in parallel. We drilled these 9 boreholes. One of them, or a few of them, were deeper than 1 kilometer, so rather deep for such a siting program. In total we drilled almost 11 kilometers. and with a coverage of about 1 kilometer in the target rock, the Opolinus clay. And yeah, we had quite a lot of drill cores available for our sampling campaigns, analysis, and so on. Did a lot of in situ hydraulic packet testing. So quite a large investigation program. Good, and then with all this data available, NAGRA announced the proposal for our site on 12th September this year. This is our CEO, so there was a media conference in Bern, and that was a really big milestone for us. And I have to clearly state this is a proposal NAGRA made. This is not yet the final decision on the site, because during the next 2 years, NAGRA needs to prepare the general license application, and this will be then reviewed by the government and by the regulator. Final decision is expected at around 2029, plus minus 1 year, I would say. Yes. And this is all based on a very extensive underground investigation program, which we finished this year. NAGRA proposed the site Nördlich-Lägeren, and this is the one in the middle of these three. So now you need to keep this name, because maybe during all the next presentations we give, this is, yeah, that's the name, Nördlich-Lägeren. That's the name of our site. And in parallel to this, NAGRA also proposed a location of the encapsulation plant, which will be located at the interim storage facility. And as I said, general license application is now in preparation. And yeah, what are the three main arguments why we ended up at the site? Quality of the geological barrier, that was one major argument. We have selected a rock and a site with a highly effective containment capacity due to the distance to the nearest water-bearing layers. So the Nördlich-Lägeren is located about 900 meters below surface. And in this area, the distance to the aquifers, to water-bearing layers above and below, is the largest. And beside that, the rock in this area, the target rock, the Opolinus clay, if you look at the natural traces in the system, you see that in the candidate area, the exchange between the pore water in the rock and the water in the aquifers is very limited. It stays very stable. Whereas in other areas, you see this curved graph. It shows that getting closer to our host rock, you know, there's already some exchange ongoing, which doesn't mean that all the other sites are not suitable. I also need to state all our three sites fulfill all the safety criteria we have. What we are doing here is really on a high level. We're selecting a site out of three sites which all fulfill the criteria or the requirements we have at the site. Good. Another important argument, the stability of the geological barrier. In Switzerland, we need to consider surface activities, because we have rivers, and we also need to look what the future glaciation will do in the area. We know that glacial growing movement will cause or can cause a few hundred meters of erosion into the rock formation. And we had to show with simulation that this will not reach our area considered to be the safety belt or the safety frame around our Opolinus clay, the host rock. And again, for our candidate site, the distance between these potential surface activities is largest compared to the others. The others would still fulfill the requirements, but as I said, here we just select the best one out of the three very good ones. Yes, we did a lot of analysis. We checked a lot of scenarios with respect to how will rivers move, you know, along this line in our candidate areas, in our siting areas, and what is the erosion capacity considering, of course, a certain safety belt. And as you see again, the Opolinus clay is, because of the depth in this selected siting region, is far away to be affected by these erosion processes. So largest long-term stability. And also, a last important argument, flexibility. Largest connected areas of the Opalinus clay without major tectonic faults is also observed in nördlich Lägeren. So with this, we will have a lot of flexibility with respect to repository design and also with storage capacity. And yes, and this there you can easily see that's the level of the top of the Opalinus clay. There you see that in our area here selected, there are almost no structural features observed, like in the others, which could somehow have an impact on the repository design and footprint of the repository. Most flexibility in the underground to accommodate the deep geological repository. Yeah, next step to finish up this short presentation. We are here in our timeline 2022 today. So we have proposed our site. Now we need to prepare our general license application. And then we hope that the general license will be granted around 2029. And then we will start with the next phase of our program, of course, considering that the optional national referendum will also support our proposal. And after that, we will concentrate on on-site underground investigation. So we will construct a site-specific URL. We are not calling it like this, but the function will be the same to get a confirmation of the selected site, also from the subsurface information we will achieve. Good. Wow. Perfect. Perfect timing. So I think with this, I can finish. Many thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Blashmit, for your inspirational message. 지금 시간이 지연이 돼서요, 여러분. 블라시미트의 발표가 오후 특별 세션에도 마련이 되어
has
있습니다.
been a little bit delayed, so we will open the floor for the next presentation. 네.
Thank you. 네, 세션 1의 세 번째 순서 이제 이어가도록 하겠습니다. 일본 누모의 Mr. Kenichi
Get started
Kaku께서
with the third presentation. The speaker is Kenichi Kaku
of Numo Japan for the last presentation of session 1. Everyone, let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to show my appreciation to Moti and also Korat to organize this opportunity to present our recent work. I was here 3 years ago and I gave a presentation, but since then, entire world had a difficult time with COVID, but fortunately, the Japanese program has some progress. So I'm very happy to show you the progress that we have done. And title of my presentation is Overview and the Current Status of Geological Disposal Project in Japan. This is what I'm going to show you today. I want to start with the nuclear power plant situation in Japan and overview of the Japanese radioactive waste disposal and current status of site selection in Japan. First, I'd like to show you how the situation of nuclear power plants in Japan. As you know, after the Fukushima Daiichi accident, we stopped operation of the nuclear power plant one by one, and in 2014, none of the nuclear power plants were in operation in Japan. And since then, there was a very strict regulation set up by Nuclear Regulation Authority. And once the regulation has passed, some of the power plants are already in operation. And 10 reactors are actually in operation already. As you can see, some of the orange color ones are already in operation now. And 7 reactors have already passed nuclear regulation authorities review, but they still need some agreement from the local municipality and so on. So they are under preparation. And NRA is reviewing 10 more reactors, and 9 reactors has not applied yet. And 24 reactors has decided decommission already. So this is the situation in Japan now. And I want to show you the overview of the Japanese radioactive waste disposal. First, I want to show you the organizational structure. NUMO is an implementer for geological disposal. We are responsible only for geological disposal, the deep one, and the shallow disposal is a responsibility for other companies, like JNFL, for example. And we are working together with METI. METI is like a Motier in Korea. Under METI, there is an agency for natural resource and energy, ANRE. And we are always interacting with each other. And especially because our project is controlled by the Final Disposal Act. And the ANRE is always checking if we are doing the right work. And another important organization is Nuclear Regulation Authority. They're the regulatory authority. And they will give us a guideline and regulation. And once we complete our site selection, we will submit a license application, and they will review our submission. And with a lot of organization, we are interacting each other, but I will skip this today. This is the nuclear fuel cycle in Japan. Unlike Korea, we are reprocessing the spent fuel. So we have a different waste stream. Of course, the uranium is from the uranium mine, and uranium enrichment and the fuel fabrication plant. And then fuel assembly will be used in the nuclear power plants. And spent fuel will be taken out, and reprocessing plant, and there's a reprocessing process. And here we have high-level waste, vitrified waste, like that. Also, we have TRU waste. And then the removed uranium will be, again, used as a MOX fuel. And again, this will be used in the nuclear power plants. That's how the nuclear fuel cycle works. And those TRU waste and high-level waste will be disposed deep underground. Our Final Disposal Act says it has to be deeper than 300 meters. But of course, there are many types of radioactive waste generated. And depending on the level of the radioactivity, we use different depths of the disposal. For example, the trench disposal, and this will most probably in the area of the nuclear power plants. And the pit disposal, this is already in operation in Aomori Prefecture, Rokkasho Mura. And medium depth disposal at least 70 meters underground. This is in preparation, but we don't know where the site will be. There is a research work done in ongoing in Rokkasho, but we don't know where the repository will be. And then these are the ones NUMO is taking care of. One is high-level radioactive waste or vitrified waste, and the other one is transuranic radioactive waste. In short, it's TRU waste. These goes to deep underground. And this one shows the entire flow from the generation of the high-level waste, or actually the spent fuel, interim storage, and the geological disposal. In the nuclear power plants, the uranium will be used, is used as a fuel. And after, say, 4 or 5 years, the spent fuel will be taken out. And then we have a reprocessing plant in Rokkasho. Unfortunately, this is not yet in full operation, but it will be in operation sometime soon, I hope. And after the reprocessing, we have a vitrified waste, and the vitrified waste is stored in interim storage, also in Rokkasho, Aomori Prefecture. And after 30 to 50 years of interim storage, if the NUMOS repository is ready, the vitrified waste is shipped to the port nearby the repository site, and it will be hoisted and put it on the special vehicle. And this will be transported to the repository site and disposed of deep underground. But as I said, at the moment, the reprocessing plant in Rokkasho is not in full operation yet. We have the electric utilities as a contract with the French and UK reprocessing plant companies. So we shipped the spent fuel to these countries and had them reprocessed, and the vitrified waste is returned to Japan. And these vitrified waste is also stored in the interim storage in Rokkasho. With French organization, we had all of the vitrified waste returned. But the UK, some of them are still to be returned. And this is a map of Japan. NUMO is based in Tokyo. We have office in Tokyo, and I will show you later, but we also have an office in Hokkaido. And the research organization, JAEA, has a research laboratory in Tokai. And they also have a research laboratory, underground research laboratory in Horonobe. This is in sedimentary rock. And they had underground research laboratory also in Mizunami, Gifu Prefecture. And this is in crystalline rock formation, but this is permanently closed in January 2022, January this year. So this is already backfilled, and only the monitoring work is ongoing. And this here is Rokkasho Mura. In Rokkasho, this is a JNFL's facility. There is a reprocessing plant and also low-level waste disposal site. And this shows how many vitrified waste we have, and also in the future, how much we will have. We have 3 colors. One color is orange, the other one is yellow, the other one is white. And the orange one is the number that we already have vitrified waste. Oh, by the way, this figure, one canister look like figure shows 100 vitrified waste. Right. So we have about 2,500 vitrified waste already in the form of this. But in Japan, we started the operation of the nuclear power plant in 1960s. So that means we already have quite a number of spent fuel already. If we reprocess all of the spent fuel we already have, this will be, including this 2,500, this will be about 26,000 vitrified waste already have. And the Japanese government policy is we keep using the nuclear power plants. And then in the future, we have more vitrified waste. And our assumption is we should organize the repository which accommodates more than 40,000 vitrified waste. Not just 40,000, but more than 40,000. It depends on the geology of the site. And these vitrified waste, or actually these, are stored in the interim storage facility in Rokkasho. It's like that. In the next slide, I will show you more detail. This is a schematic figure of the Rokkasho interim storage facility. This is a half underground facility, and 9 vitrified waste are stuck to each other. And if you zoom up a little bit, it's like that. And we have about 2 meters of concrete structure. And there are two tubes like that. Inside the inner tube, there are vitrified waste. And inside this tube, the pressure is a little bit lower. So even if there is any leakage or anything, it will not come out from this tube. And the vitrified waste generates the heat. So that means the air around this vitrified waste become hotter. And hot air is lighter than the cold air, so it naturally go up and it go out of the ventilation outlets. And then the inside pressure is lower, so we take the cold air from ventilation inlet. So this is a natural ventilation system using the heat generation of the vitrified waste. And this is how the repository will look like. This is a generic design. And this is a surface facility. This is the underground facility. The surface facilities, the area is about 1 to 2 square kilometers. And as you can see, these are the excavation mock excavated from the underground. And underground facility is about 5 times larger than the surface facility. It is about 6 to 10 square kilometers. As you can see, these are the repository for high-level waste, and this small area is a repository for TRU waste. Because of the low heat generation, we can condense and we can make it smaller. And for this process or selecting a site, construction and operation and closure, we expect the cost is 4 trillion Japanese yen. And I'm sorry, this is a pound actually, 25 billion pound, but it's almost the same as euro now. And these monies are collected from the people who use the electricity from the nuclear power plants. And on average, 20 Japanese yen or 0.1 euro per standard family. And this is assumption that this is before Fukushima accident, and 1/3 of the electricity is provided by the nuclear power plants. And at the moment, we have 1.8 to 4 trillion Japanese yen already collected as of end of fiscal year 2020. And this is how the repository might look like. As I shown, the inland case is like that, but we also have an option of a coastal case. The repository could be under the sea, like that, but the surface facility has to be inland. And there is a London Convention, but this arrangement is not against the London Convention. So, the repository itself, underground repository itself, could be under the sea. So the next is current status of the site selection in Japan. This shows the site selection process in Japan, and this green color part is a legal process for selection of repository site. We have 3 stages of site selection. The first stage is a literature survey. It's a desktop study. We don't go to the site, but we just study the literature. And the second stage is a preliminary investigation stage. And here we already go to the site and drill the boreholes, and also the geophysical test will be carried out. And the next is a detailed investigation. We already go to the underground, and we construct the underground facility to investigate the host rock. And after 3 stages, we will submit a license application, and once the license application is approved, we will start the construction of the facility. And this is quite important that to go from one stage to another stage, we have to have an agreement from the governor of the prefecture and also the mayor of the municipality. And the METI have to check with these governor and the mayor, And if they are not, if they are against the project, or if they don't agree to go to the next stage, we don't go to the next stage. This is how it's organized. And this blue part is a newly added process. Because we start, as it says, NUMO started the open solicitation process in 2002, but there's no volunteer for a long time, except for Toyotown case in 2007. And in Toyotown, the mayor of Toyotown at the time submitted application to NUMO. So NUMO accepted it, and we discussed with the government, and we decided to start the literature survey. But there was quite a big opposition on the local site. Not only the local people, but the people from outside came to Toyotown and make things quite big. And then the mayor of the Toyotown decided to resign and go for election. And of course, the opponent group set up their own candidate. And unfortunately, the opponent's candidate won the election. So the application was turned down, and that was it. And then since then, it was quite a difficult time for the mayors to submit application because of this case. So that's why Japanese government decided to introduce a new process. New process, this is blue one. And the new process is like that. The Japanese government published nationwide scientific screening map. And based on this, together with the government, NUMO organized intensive dialogue nationwide. And if there is an application by the municipality or proposal by the government, and the municipality accepted, then we will start the literature survey. So this proposal by government is newly added. Also this nationwide map. This is actually the nationwide map of scientific features relevant for geological disposal. And this was published or disclosed on 28th of July 2017. And this map has 4 colors: orange, silver, light green, and dark green. The orange color is the area with volcanoes or active faults or high uplift and erosion. Those are sort of exclusion area. And the area is about 30% of Japanese land. And the silver color is with the mineral resources. And we don't want to construct repository where the mineral resources there, because future generation might start digging out, and they might dig out the waste by mistake. So it's about 5% of the Japanese land. And the light green is inland, and the dark green is 20 kilometers from the coastal line. And the reason that we prefer actually the dark green area, the reason is not the geological issue, it's more for the transportation, because the waste, vitrified waste, is transported from Rokkasho to somewhere in Japan by ship, and then we will transport by special vehicle. So the length of the transportation, the shorter is better. That's what we thought. And based on the discussion by the experts, we decided 20 kilometers. And then the light green inland one area is 35%, and the dark green is 30% of the land. And these are the number of the municipalities. There is some duplication, but these are the numbers of the municipalities in each color. And we now have 2 municipalities in Hokkaido under investigation. This is the area here, and zoomed up. And one is Sutsu town here. The other one is a Kamoenai village. These are the ones we're investigating now. And there is a Tomari nuclear power plant here, just next to the Kamoenai village. I'm not going to explain all the details, but there are differences between Sutsutown and the Kamoenai village. In the Sutsutown case, the mayor applied for the literature survey, so that the initiative was from Sutsutown. And in the Kamoenai village case, the government requested literature survey, and the village mayor announced his acceptance. This is how the process started. And after some administrative process, on 17th of November 2020, we actually initiated the literature survey. After more than 20 years of effort, we finally started the literature survey. We set up the local office in 2 municipalities in Hokkaido. One is in Sutsutown, and the other one is in Kamoenai village. About 7 to 8 people working on site, and they are communicating with the local community closely. For information sharing, we organized a place for dialogue. There are about 20 members from each municipalities. And we organize a meeting on a monthly basis. And we explain the geological disposal, and we take some questions. And also, we ask what they want to know about the project and the future. And we give information. And we have a lot of questions from the participants. And this is actually myself explaining the geological disposal. And this is Kamoenai village, and she's one of the facilitators. For place of dialogue, we asked the neutral facilitator. This person is Mr. Takeda from University of Hokkaido, and he is the one leading the discussion. NUMO doesn't want to lead the discussion because we thought it's better to have independent facilitator. And the founder of this place of dialogue is Sutsutown and NUMO together. The members, the town council members are 8 persons, and the local group representative 5 persons, local welfare office, and the expert 1 person. And place for dialogue Kamoenai village, we also have independent facilitator, Mr. Oura and Ms. Sano. He is a representative of NPO, and she is a psychology counselor. And again, this founder was Kamoenai village and the NUMO. And the members here, local group representative 11, and the district representative 3 persons, and the local resident voluntarily participation is 5 persons. The difference is in Sutsutown, we have town council members here, but in Kamoenai village, there's no town council village. That somehow makes the, the feeling of the place for dialogue different. My impression is Sutsutown is more formal, the Kamoenai village is more casual. That's how it is. And I think this is the last slide. Activities derived from place for dialogue. We started with the lecture type of information provision in both municipalities. And these are the main topics. We don't want to just give information. This is dialogue. So we want to listen to what their concerns and what their interest is. And they actually wanted to visit the underground research laboratories and also the nuclear fuel cycle facilities. So we organized a visit for them. And again, the Kamoenai village is the same. They haven't visited Rokashomura yet, but we will organize that in the future. And the difference here is in Sutsutown case, because the members of Place for Dialogue was nominated by the municipality, there are voluntarily study group for town's future. And there are about 20 people voluntarily, and they also have monthly meeting opportunities, and I often go there as a lecturer there. Yes, this is the overview of the geological reserve project in Japan. Thank you very much.
네, thank you, Mr. Kaku. Thank you very much. 지금 시간이 지연이 된 관계로 케니치 카쿠님께
Thank you very much. So because we are a bit of a delay in the timeline, I'd like to just go to the next session right away. And actually, Mr. Kakun will have a second chance to deliver a presentation. So why don't you just take the chance from his second presentation for questions and answers. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. And now it's time to take a break. And there are many people joining us via the online. So I'd like to say thank you for your participation, and please continue to join these sessions in the second session and also the special session in the afternoon for in-depth discussions. And from now on, we would like to take about 20 minutes break and then move on to the next session. And it's 10:51 right now, so we're going to reconvene at 11:10 sharp.
With the session 2 from 11:10. So ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to meet all of our guests in 20 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We will start the session 2 of the SaRaM. 네, 여러분 충분한 휴식 취하셨습니까?
I hope you enjoy the coffee break. And we are going to have more presentations to come. So we are going to continue with the second session, the second theme session. And the theme of this session is to enhance the acceptance of the high-level waste management. And since we are about to make the decision regarding the siting, I think we are all very much interested in this project and this theme. And now we are going to have the first speaker, which is Mr. Jean-Michel Horabecki from Andhra.
And I'd like to invite the first speaker of session 2, Mr. Jean-Michel Horabecki of Andhra, France. Everyone, let's welcome him with a warm hand.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. CEO of CORAD. Ladies and gentlemen, stakeholder involvement is a large part of French high-level waste management. And this is probably the main issue of public acceptance, as public acceptance is the title of our topic session. And I prefer confidence building rather than public acceptance. Therefore, I will focus my talk on various aspects of stakeholder involvement and subsequent decisions in the program. Firstly, with the radioactive waste management policy and strategy in France, and then with the implementation of a geological disposal facility called CGO. Radioactive waste management has been under continuous control of the French Parliament since the first waste law in 1991. Decisions have been taken in successive laws which result in a clear legislative and regulatory framework. They provide in particular for the responsibility of the waste producers, in terms of funding especially. Stakeholders' engagement and participation is mandatory by law, transparency and no taboo. The policy ensures a holistic approach on waste management issues, is implemented, taking into account all types of existing and future waste from cradle to grave. That means from production to final disposal. The policy provides for a fully independent regulator and also a state-owned organization dedicated to the disposal of all types of waste in France. This is Andhra. We are independent from waste producers. I belong to Andhra. Another important issue provided by law is a national plan on nuclear material and waste management, which is periodically reviewed and updated. The strategic plan is updated by working groups which work under the auspices of the Ministry of the Environment, and which is of course published. These groups include, of course, all organizations involved in waste management, such as waste producers and Andhra. But more important is that these groups also include members of environmental organizations, NGOs, and representatives of civil society. These groups are also in charge to monitor progress in the implementation of the national strategy. Our new strategy for the time frame 2022-2025 was discussed with the public during a specific public debate, including public hearings, in 2019. Here you can see examples of issues addressed by this updated strategy, such as the need for additional spent fuel storage capacity, especially for max fuel. You can also see a program concerning disposal routes for so-called long-lived low-level waste, which include uranium waste. This long-lived low-level waste is written in orange color on this slide in the middle. Its harmfulness is in between very low level or low level waste, which can be disposed of in existing disposal facilities on the surface or near surface, which is on the bottom of this slide in blue, and waste to be disposed deep underground on the top of this slide in green. For these orange low-level long-lived waste, disposal routes are not yet clear today. As you can see, the French strategy covers the entire national waste inventory. It also includes, of course, the implementation of CGO project. CGO will provide for the co-disposal of high-level and long-lived intermediate-level waste, that is to say around 3% of the total volume of French waste, but which concentrates 99% of its total radioactivity. This is a view on CGO waste inventory. To make it clear for the public, CGO is currently designed and its license will be applied before the end of this year for all intermediate and high-level waste produced by existing nuclear facilities until their decommissioning. This means that a new license will be required if this inventory will be extended in the future, in particular with regard to the future nuclear program. Also, this reference inventory contains reprocessing waste only, consistently with current French policy. In the event some spent fuel might be not reprocessed in the future, a new license again will be required. However, we assess the technical capability of CGO to accommodate future changes in the French nuclear policy. This slide shows intermediate and high-level waste flows to be disposed of in CGO coming from reprocessing as well as from the operation of various nuclear facilities. Existing intermediate level waste represents 60% of the total inventory, and existing high level waste represent 40%. They are currently stored in waste producers' facilities, mainly on 4 sites in France. And this is fully described in the National Waste Inventory, which is periodically updated and published by ANDRA, covering all types of waste in France. I'm now going to focus my talk on CGO implementation and especially siting, which provided for stakeholder involvement at each stage. The project started with a siting process for underground research laboratories in 1992. This process was performed at that time by a member of the parliament on the basis of volunteering. After construction of the UL and the very first phase of its operation, ANDRA defined in 2005 a 250 square kilometer zone where data gained in the UL might be transposed. These results were discussed during a public debate and finally by the Parliament, which voted a law to move towards a DGR. In 2009, ANDRA defined an area within the transposition zone to perform detailed geological survey from the surface in view of the location of underground disposal facilities. This was made after local consultation and took into account a number of criteria provided by local communities. And after approval of this area by the government and detailed survey, ANDRA defined 2 areas on the surface to implement the future surface facilities of CGO. This was made also in close interaction with local communities, which in particular expressed a strong preference for the location of the entrance to the ramps and its future connection to the rail network for the transport of waste by rail. The question on this slide, is it necessary to implement CGO now, is at the heart of the current debate with the public and stakeholders in France today. Our first answer is that after 30 years of siting, R&D, especially in the URL and design, CGO project is now ready for construction licensing. Here you can see on this slide the developments of the existing developments of the URL with more than 2 kilometers experimental drifts. On the bottom of the left, you can see one of our full-size demonstration tests of the high-level waste repository cell. This slide shows recent statements of stakeholders to address this question: is it necessary to implement CIGIO now? The first one was written by the rapporteur of the public debate held in 2019 on the national plan. He reports that 2 alternative options are present, and each defended by some of the players: deep geological disposal and near-surface disposal for a fairly long period of time, long enough to allow progress in research on transmutation. On the other hand, the French regulator stated in 2020 that the prospects for transmutation on an industrial scale of already conditioned waste are not credible. The regulator considers that if studies on transmutation were to be continued, they would relate to non-reprocessed spent fuel or to the waste which will be produced by a future fleet of reactors in the future only. The regulator makes it clear that transmutation cannot apply to existing waste. In this framework, this slide shows some of our arguments in our applications to justify the construction of CIGIO as soon as possible. They will probably be discussed again with the public during public hearings, during the construction license application process to come. No waste management methods likely to replace CIGIO can constitute a realistic or more suitable option in the French context. Postponing the implementation of CIGIO would in practice correspond to a pause in the development of the geological disposal route, as almost all the information that we could draw from the underground laboratory has already been acquired. And finally, intergenerational ethics requires present generations to seek to protect future generations and not to bequeath to them the burden of hazardous waste. I would also like to mention CIGIO's social economic assessment, which we provided 2 years ago and which was reviewed by independent experts. This assessment compares CIGIO with alternative scenarios, including long-term storage, and tries to evaluate the benefits of CIGIO in the long term in 2 types of future evolution of society. Scenario OK assumes continuous progress of society, while scenario KO assumes social disruptances. Finally, this assessment shows that CIGIO provides a reasonable insurance to protect future generations from the risk of societal default. Reversibility. Reversibility is a strong issue in France in relation with public acceptance. It has been a social demand from the early siting stages. It took more than 2 decades to move from a general demand to concrete solutions. It has been progressively integrated in the French law under the following definition: capacity for successive generations to continue the construction and the operation of the DGR, or to reconsider previous choice and to change waste management solutions. Reversibility includes various aspects that are implemented in CIGIO program: progressivity of the stepwise implementation, construction, operation, and even closure, flexibility in the time schedule, ability to adapt to changes in nuclear and waste management policies, involvement of society and stakeholders in decision-making at each step of the implementation, and of course, waste package retrievability, which is only one issue among others. To allow for decision-making along future construction and operation, the CIGIO program identifies future milestones for review of the current situation, including operating experience feedback, outcomes of monitoring, and scientific and technical progress. These reviews are called reversibility reviews. They are planned according to progressive stages in construction, operation, and closure. Therefore, HANDRA has published an overall schedule or a master plan for CGO operation and closure, which is understandable for anybody in the public. And this plan includes these reviews up to final closure. This master plan is a crucial tool to support dialogue with stakeholders. In particular, it currently supports dialogue to define the conditions for the future governance of CGO, which will of course involve the various stakeholders. This master plan will cover a time frame of more than 100 years, as it will take approximately 120 years to in place the entire CGO waste inventory. A first 50-year operation period will be dedicated to the accommodation of intermediate level waste. Large-scale high-level waste disposal is expected from around 2080. Along with stepwise decision-making, this time frame is also required by technical reasons, in particular the cooling of high-level waste and the compliance of high-level waste with thermal criteria consistently with long-term safety. The first period of the implementation of CGO, corresponding to the figure on the left top of this slide, is called the industrial pilot phase. It is clearly an outcome of the public debate on CGO, which was held in 2013. Therefore, this pilot phase is also a concrete answer to a social demand to build confidence. This pilot phase was integrated in the law in 2016. The law provides in particular that this phase aims at confirming reversibility and safety demonstration of CGO. All radioactive waste packages must remain easily retrievable during this phase. And at the end of this phase, regulators and authorities will review the results, and the Parliament will decide on the project continuation conditions. Here you can see some features of this 15 to 25-year pilot phase with the construction of shafts and access ramps, the construction and operation of 4 repository vaults for intermediate level waste, so a limited amount of intermediate level waste, and the construction and operation of a pilot area with very limited dimensions for high-level waste. As a conclusion, I would like to come back again on continuous public and stakeholder involvement in the program. Here you can see major events which were organized in 2006, 2013, 2019, and 2021. I will come back on this slide in more detail in my presentation this afternoon, I think. And here you can see the 3 main issues of our recent and ongoing consultation of stakeholders and the public. It includes stakeholders' expectations for the pilot phase. It includes the integration of CGO facilities in the local community with questions such as water supply, management of wastewater, management of discharge. And finally, a significant issue is the future governance of CGO and the participation of stakeholders in this governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Uwabak. 네, 지금 우리 우와바크님께서도 말씀을 해주셨지만 이따가 오후 특별 세션에서 다시 한번 발표를 해주실 예정입니다. R&D 로드맵에 대해서 발표를 해주시니까요. 그때 Q&A 세션을 갖도록 하고 다음 발표로 넘어가도록 하겠습니다.
We will have the Q&A session then.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big round of applause. Thank you very much. 네, 지금 주제 세션 2를 이어가고 있습니다. 온라인으로도 참석해주고 계시는 분들 많이 계신데.
Continuing with the second theme session, and there are many participants online. Thank you for your participation. We hope that you will be with us till the end of the symposium. And now we have the second speaker, Mr. Kenichi Kaku from NUMO,
Japan, and the second speaker of the session 2. Everyone, let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. This is my second talk today, and this time I want to show you the numerous effort for public acceptance of high-level waste disposal in Japan. This is many of my presentation. We organize a nationwide symposium and public meetings, and we focus on the school education and the youth involvement. And finally, the support for the stakeholders study group. I start with the nationwide public meetings. After the Fukushima Daiichi accident, we actually stopped all of the public relation activities for a while, but we had a discussion, and the disposal of the high-level waste need to be understood by the public, because we already have radioactive waste, and we have to take care of that. And we actually restarted our nationwide public meeting in 2015, and we started with the major 9 cities in Japan. And the way it's being organized was like this in the left-hand side figure. And we have, say, 200 to 300 people participating in the meeting, and there are pneumo and experts on the stage, and we provide information. And we took some questions from the audience and also panel discussion. That's how it's organized. And we continue that way of public meetings, and in 2017, after we published, or actually the Japanese government published a nationwide map, there was some discussion, and we changed the way to organize the meeting. Now, the meeting is rather in a small size, maybe up to 50 people, and we set up small groups like that. And after we give basic information, we have a roundtable discussion like that, group discussion. And in one table, normally the person from METI and NUMOS PR people, and also NUMOS technical people in one group like that. And we take a lot of questions from the audience, and we answer to those questions. This way, the discussion is more interactive. But of course, we have to organize so many stuff, and it's a lot of effort for us. And sorry, it's in Japanese, but this is how the nationwide public meeting has been organized. As of October 2022, we have done 156 times of the public meetings all over Japan. We started with the major city, and now we are going to the second or third large city in each prefecture. And we are still continuing this. And school education and youth involvement. NUMO thinks that the school education is especially important because the project will continue for a long time, and the decision maker in the critical stage of the project will be young generation now, or even the generation that was not born yet. And we go to a school, and we give a lecture like that. This is a junior high school. This person is one of the NUMOS employee. And this is a university. This is actually myself giving the lecture here. This is in Hiroshima University. And Hiroshima University, because of the history of the atomic bomb, they organized a peace lecture every year. And I was invited as a lecturer there. And not only these lecture type, we organized different types of tools. For example, this is a virtual reality tool. And this one is actually the virtual reality of Onkalo in Finland. We collaborated with Posiba, and we translated their virtual reality system into Japanese, and we're using this for the public meeting. We also have a virtual reality system for Horonobe that's also being used. And we have animation. This is for the younger children. And this is a 3D animation, and if you wear some glasses, you can see the 3D. It's really realistic one. And we have bentonite experiment. This is a really interesting one, and we often use in the school education as well. But because of the COVID, last couple of years, it was difficult to go visit the school, so we organized a video virtual case like that, and the people can see. And we also have board game. If you put the dice and you go through, and there are some different requirements, and you do that. So people can enjoy and by learning the geological disposal with this game. We also not only NUMO goes to the school and give you a lecture, we also support the teachers teaching geological disposal project in classes. And on the right-hand side, there are a lot of lectures in Japan, but we picked up some of the good lectures by teachers, and we put the teaching scene on the website so that the teacher can see how other teachers are teaching geological disposal in the class. And every year, we organize regional workshop. We have 10 regions in Japan. I think now there are 15 study groups in 10 regions. And they organize the workshop. They get together and share the information. And this one is several times a year. In each region, they organize that. And we also have nationwide workshop once a year, normally in March. The teachers, not all of them, but some of the teachers get together in Tokyo, and they share the information, the experience of teaching. But normally, the teachers are very, very busy, and they don't have enough time to prepare the teaching material. So we prepared the supplementary teaching materials for elementary school and the junior high school. And this is a figure. This is for elementary school. This is for the junior high school. And this is the teacher's instruction material. Teacher have to learn a little bit deeper than to teach geological disposal. And NUMO produced these materials, but we had advice from the university professors specialized in education, and also the teachers actually teaching in the school. And recommendation was for elementary school students, we should start with the conventional waste. And then we try to relate with the waste from the nuclear power plants. And junior high school students can start with the energy issue. And as part of the energy issue, there is a waste from the nuclear power plant and so on. So these are based on the recommendation from the experts. And we also organized a contest for proposal from young generations. The aim is the young generation provide a message that geological disposal project is an issue of whole society and need to enhance the understanding of the project. The contest name is Proposal Contest for Our Future. What are we going to do with high-level radioactive waste? So we collected a lot of proposals how people can learn the geological geological disposal project. And this is a flyer or a brochure of the contest. And we separated into several groups. The age group to 12 years old, so it's like junior high school, and the third year of the technical college. And age up to 18 years old. This is a fourth year of technical college and also undergraduate and graduate student of the university. And these are the people who got the prize in 2019. Because of the COVID, after 2019, we have done this kind of prize winners ceremony online. So this is the only one we have done so far in person. And those prize winners, we organized a trip to Horonobe Underground Research Laboratory so they can learn more about the geological disposal project. And the other one is PR Bico. We call it GeoLabo. We used to have, this is the first generation PR Bico, GeoMirai. We have been using this for 7-8 years, but the car became a little bit old and it's not smooth anymore. So we decided to renew the car and we made a new second generation PR Bico. It's called GeoLabo. And inside, on one side of the wall, there's an animation on large scale. It shows the depth of the geological disposal. And another side, there's a panel that numerous staff can explain how the geological disposal is. And these are the number of the days and also the visitors. In 2019, before COVID, we organized 35 venues and 38 days, and the visitors were about 20,000 people. And then in 2020, we could only have 7 venues, 8 days, and the visitors were 790 people. In 2021, we started again on site, and 25 venues and 44 days, and visitors were approximately 8,000. In 2022, we are increasing the number of the venues. And we have exhibition in Science Museum in Tokyo. This is a permanently installed exhibition. And this is a previous exhibition we had. But this is basically contact-based. You have to touch the panel. You have to enjoy with the instrument, but you have to grab this instrument and also this. Oh, sorry. Yes. So basically, this is a contact-based. But after the COVID, post-COVID, we want to organize, a contactless exhibition. So this is just an image, but the children can move their hands and bodies, and they can enjoy the exhibition without touching anything. And this is under development, and I hope by the end of this fiscal year, means March next year, we will finish the exhibition. And if you have a chance to come to Tokyo, you're welcome to visit there. And support for the stakeholder study group. This is again, sorry, it's in Japanese, but this is the areas, and we have a lot of study groups in Japan. And they are now we have 110 groups as of 2021 December. And they are the people who want to study geological disposal, and they set up the lectures and also the field visit, and also some of them set up their own web page and so on, and try to increase the recognition of the geological disposal all around Japan. This is what we organized before. In 2018, it's a little bit old one, but about 80 groups, and we visited the facilities and so on. And in 2019, new more organized study tour to Finland and Sweden. These are the people who visited Sweden and Finland. 6 stakeholders, and they're actually 3 university students and 3 adults. He's actually the professor of one of the universities. And we visited Finland, and we collaborated, we interact with the local municipality and also the local school on how they are teaching geological disposal and so on. And this is actually, we visited Sweden. This is Mr. Jakob Spangenberg, mayor of Österhammar. Actually, he's a former mayor. He retired in October. So this is the person, and we exchange opinion. And like these are the scene, that's the facility visit and also the lecture by expert. He's one of the professors in Japan. And because we are now working on a literature survey in 2 municipalities in Hokkaido, these study groups are very interested in interacting with the mayors. This is the mayor of Suttown, this is the mayor of Kamaenai village, and actually we organize online because the study group, there are so many people and we cannot take all of them to those Hokkaido, so we organize the interaction by internet like that, and people are very curious about, you know, why you applied for the literature survey or why you accepted the literature survey and so on. There are lots of opinion exchange and discussion. Yes, that's all my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kaku. 지금 카쿠님께서 지난 프레젠테이션에서 질문을 못 받아서
So I will open the floor for just one question because of time limitation. Well, if you don't have any questions, we will move on. Maybe because he gave perfect presentation, we don't have a question.
your seats. 네, please give him a big round of applause. 네, 이제 주제 세션 2의 마지막 순서를
So we're going to have the last session from the second theme session, and we're going to invite Mr. Magnus Holmqvist of SKB.
Magnus Holmqvist of SKB International, Sweden, for the last presentation of session 2. Everyone, let's welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Okay, here we are again. Now, sightings, stakeholder communication, now and then. It's sort of an odyssey over what we have done over time, and I hope you find it interesting. And if there's any, I hope to be quick enough so that we have a chance for some questions at the end. Simple agenda, now and then, and some conclusions. This one you have seen. Swedish SKB's back-end system with the waste producers on the left and the repositories and our activities on the right. So let's not spend any more time on this. Local acceptance. Saw this one in my previous presentation also, but it's interesting to see the high level and where we came from. So this is 2013 to 2022, and we are at and we are at 84%. So how did we get there? Well, let's see. It's been a long journey. It took some time. We started early, already in 1977, to understand what we were doing. And then there are a number of phases over time. So now we're in the licensing process. And it says end in 2024 question mark. Maybe we should say 2026 question mark instead to allow time for appeals that we foresee. The first phase, the general type areas and general siting investigations and understanding. We needed to understand the Swedish bedrock at repository depth at 500 meters. So this is why this phase was initiated. And basically, it started out with drillings. We were very nice and good to talk to the landowners. They allowed us to come, and we started set out drilling. But once the general public got notice of that we were drilling, the protests started, and it escalated. And the picture you can see here is from 1985, with the police involved and everything. It was not good at all. So this resulted in that the siting program halted until 1992. And it was evident by then that a local acceptance and a voluntary-based process was absolutely necessary. So at this time, we were not good at communication at all. Next phase, the feasibility studies. 10 years of feasibility studies, basically. From failure in the north to success with our nuclear municipalities in the south. So there were two rural municipalities in the north, these two yellow ones, that volunteered early on. So SKB established offices. We went there. We had a fantastic dialogue with the municipal leaders. They were saying this will go well. And the reason for them to enter into this process was desperation for new jobs and development in the area. We pretty much forgot about the general public, the industry, and all the other stakeholders in the communities. So when there were time for referendums, they voted no, and we were out. So this was a defeat for Sweden, for SKB, but also we gained trust in the process. It showed that SKB was true to the process, that we would leave if we were voted out of a municipality. So what SKB did was, once the results were clear, we packed up and left the next day, and never came back. So this was good for us and for the process. The second phase of the feasibility studies is these nuclear communities. These are communities with nuclear installations, nuclear power plants or something, and the neighboring ones, I should say. So a number of them entered into this process, and in this phase, we were much, much better at dialogue and engagement activities with the municipal leaders, but also with the general public, the industry, interest groups, basically all the stakeholders in the municipalities. This resulted in 2 municipalities entering into the site investigation phase. We nominated 3, but 1 withdrew early from the process. But Östhammar and Oskarshamn, they entered into the process of site investigation. And during the site investigations, there was an extensive dialogue and engagement activities to build trust and acceptance in these 2 municipalities. And I'll have some examples here. There was information materials produced. There were newsletters of different types. There were local ads in local papers there, and the results were on a regular basis reported in easy-to-understand reports for the public to see what we had done, what we were doing, and so forth. Very well received. Also, daily contacts and a monthly newsletter with the landowners that on the lands that we were using for the site investigations, and the nearby residents, the one living on top of what we thought would be the repository area. So, and there were 2 ladies doing these daily contacts, and they were very appreciated by everyone. And these were our real VIPs, I should say. They always knew what was happening, and they knew in advance what we would be doing and why. So they were our best friends. We had meetings, continuous meetings, repeated meetings with the nearby residents. And as you can see, this clip from the local newspapers, says hundreds of neighbors attended the SKB information meeting. Few are worried. So the sense of being a part of the process was very important for taking away any concerns that there were. We also targeted groups with no or low previous knowledge of nuclear waste. And in this example, it's healthcare staff. So SKB met with approximately 90% of those during these 8 years, 7-8 years of site investigations. We had study groups, study tours from Östhammar in the north to, or just north of Stockholm, to Oskarshamn, about 4 hours south of Stockholm. So a 2-day bus tour. Anyone in the municipality could apply to go, and we went to see the research facilities of the canister laboratory and the hard rock laboratory at Espö, and also visited the interim storage facility club to actually stand on the side and see all the spent fuel that the Swedish program has produced so far. And in the research facilities, there was a possibility, obviously, to touch all the canisters, the bentonite, the rock walls. You can be 500 meters underground and understand the smells, the temperature, and rocks and so forth. This is very important. Seeing is believing. I'm sure you've heard that many, many times. But it's true. We had a great media interest, of course. We were always available, and we were also pushing our message through media to the general public. So how did it go then? What were people thinking about the information they received? How useful was it? Well, in 2009, this is towards the end, the very end of the site investigations, 78% said, this is good or very good information. Good. Another question in these polls were, have you met with or in any other way been in contact with SKB information officers? And 54% said yes. So we had reached half of the municipality inhabitants over 18 years old, which is good. I think that's astonishing, actually. Also, if there's a suitable site, are you for or against a repository of spent nuclear fuel in your municipality? Yes or no, or for or so. And 79% answered for or strongly for. So you can see that in the area where we did lots of communications activities, the acceptance was high. And then there are two neighboring municipalities, Tierp and Uppsala. And you can see that there are clearly lower acceptance in those areas, around 60%. So here is the trend over from 2003 to 2010. And in 2010, at the site selection, we had 81% in favor of a repository in their community in Forsmark. So we went from the 65 in 2003 and possibly even lower before that. And it continues. So you can see we're keeping the acceptance levels are reasonably the same. They're somewhat higher. This is now actually highest we've ever had, 84% in both in Östhammar and in Oskarshamn. So, as you saw, we started in 1977, but the communication really started in 1990s. But the challenge is in communication, to maintain the interest. How do you maintain the interest and a positive attitude towards repository development in a local municipality for 30 years or even more? This is a challenge. One way is being integrated into and appreciated in the society, be an integrated part of the society. This is very important, and I think the SKB has done a very good job. Everyone knows SKB. We have a large office in the central part of the host municipalities, and everyone knows what SKB is. And we participate in local events and activities and so forth, and we're visible all the time. So this is good. And also there is a need to develop the communication strategies and the ways we communicate. We can't do the same thing over and over again. So there needs to be a change and an event, sort of a positive change towards new ideas and new ways of communication. I think we will see, I know we will see increased efforts when it comes to communication and engagement activities as we get closer to construction. We will cause noise, dust. We will do a number of things that will affect the local population. So we need to be good at communicating this to them before time, so they know what's happening. Also, we have an added value program, which is actually a local development program. This is now in phase 2. So what is a local development program? Well, it's developing values, added values, both for the local communities as for SKB and SKB's owner. So this can be roads that we need for the coming activities. And these roads, these improved roads, will also be beneficial to the local municipality. It can be harbors, it can be a number of things. And also creating new jobs and businesses is in this package. So we have done so many different activities over time. And this is just a list of some of them. What I didn't mention, that Kakusan mentioned in his presentation just before mine here, was school information and activities. That has been a central part of SKB's communications activities, to educate and meet with every high school student in these 2 municipalities at least twice. So for the past almost 15 years, SKB's communication officers have met with all high school students at least twice, and they've seen our facilities. Some of them are more interested and have engaged in more activities also. And actually, I think we're discussing with Numo to have a joint activity in the beginning of next year between youngsters from Sweden and Japan. Also, I see international cooperation being important in the future for engagement and communication and acceptance. There is a pride in these local communities in Sweden for being in the global forefront when it comes to repositories. They're part of this, the first ones in the world. And that is pride for them. So it's very important, and they're very interested in seeing what's happening in other countries. So I think this international cooperation, both in technical respects, but also in the communication respects, is important for the future, for us all to understand and to better be able to have a global understanding and engagement in these activities. To conclude, again, it's a challenge to keep the communication interesting enough over time. This is a long time, and this will be a challenge for you all, for us all. But how to do this? Well, get staff, have a staff that stays with you for a long time. It's much easier if the communication is done by the same staff over and over again. It's a relationship. We talked about this before. It's a relationship between people, organizations, and people and organization. So it's important that you can recognize who you're talking to, and because then you can trust. Be honest, be open in your dialogue, of course, and make sure you have a mandate, that your staff have a mandate to speak freely, including media, so that you can speak to everyone. And the outreach communication activities are the most important, to actually talk to people face to face. That's really important. Invite them or go to them, but make sure you're outreaching. Be present and reachable always. In supermarkets, in your office, in your son's or daughter's soccer game or gymnastics practice, anything. Talk to anyone who's interested and are curious to know more. And also the fact that to respect the unseemingly unnecessary or unimportant issues like dust, noise, and so forth. These are important to the people that live there and crucial to them. And be creative, of course, in local communications. And I think we're different cultures, different historical background, different trust for central government and government at all. So we need to understand, we need to figure out our own ways of communication. They will not look the same. You can use some of the things that we have done here, but you need to adapt that to your own situation. And of course, strive to be integrated in the local municipality or local society. That's a key issue, I would say. And now I have almost spoken enough. Yes, I have. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Holmqvist. Thank you for your inspirational presentation. 지금 시간이 약간 지연되기는 했는데요.
We have time delay, but if you have question, I will just accept one.
Thank you for your great presentation again. I personally believe that SKB's experience and what you have done is a great legacy for mankind. My question is, when communicating with stakeholders, there must be some people who disagree, even though, given those scientific facts and technological confidence, and even throughout extensive dialogues, what could be the most crucial ways to persuade those people who shout out, "Never in my backyard," and get their votes?
I would say that I can't go back now, but anyway, there were the ones that are really saying no, 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 no. Those we never really tried to get them on our side because they are hardcore no. So the easy ones are the undecided, and the ones that are definitely for. Yes, those we're okay with, and then the next one, yes, we're for. So they might swing back and forth. So then you need to work with them, and then you have the undecided group. Then those you need to move them towards yes, but the really, really hardcore no's, don't make an effort. That's inform them, of course, but it will take you an enormous amount of efforts to change their minds.
Thank you very much.
네, 답변이 충분하셨나요? 네. Thank you very much, Mr. Holmqvist. Please give him a big round of applause. 네, 이것으로 오늘 주제 세션 2의 마지막 프레젠테이션까지 잘 들어봤습니다. 여러분 배고프시죠? 네, 드디어 점심시간이 됐습니다. 지금부터 점심시간이 시작되겠는데요. 1층 전시관에 점심이 마련이 되어 있습니다.
We're going to have lunch, and all the speakers and the participants are invited to a lunch session on the first floor. So there will be round tables ready, and we have lunch boxes prepared for you. So please enjoy lunch, and we will come back at 1:30. Yes, 1:30. We'll come back for the special session.
To come back with a special session from 1:30 p.m. So ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to meet all of our guests in 80 minutes. Thank you very much.
session. I know that you didn't have enough time for networking, so please be seated and we will get started right away. The topic of the presentation is a high-level waste technology development roadmap.
HLW Technology Development Roadmap. And I'd like to invite the first speaker of the special session, Mr. Park Jin-baek of Korea. Everyone, let's welcome him with a give a big round of applause.
Thank you for coming, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jin-baek Park, working for Korea Radioactive Waste Agency. Today, my presentation is on technology roadmap of a high-level radioactive waste in Republic of Korea. This roadmap is being systematically prepared by Korean government, responsible government, and the KORAD with a Korean technical expert from the early of this year. Also, the opinion hearing from domestic and abroad experts were implemented before the roadmap finalization scheduled at the end of this year. Korean government is promoting not only the R&D roadmap, but also preparing the legal basis for high-level waste project, including site preparation, interim storage, and final disposal repository. This roadmap is not a generic roadmap. I think that this roadmap making presentation here today is a Korea-specific research and development roadmap. It's not the first time for me to prepare in Republic of Korea for the R&D roadmap. But a different thing, it is the first roadmap including the research fund. This is because currently Korean government has a great intention to preparing the high-level waste management project. Here, I would like to sincerely thank to Korean government. In the right-hand side, you can see one-page summary of the Korean high-level waste roadmap. Next, please. At the end of last year, the Korean government announced the second Beijing National Plan for the high-level radioactive waste management. Major planning items in the Beijing National Plan are on securing the management facilities, supporting the local community, and extending the policy basis, such as research and development, human resources, and the legal basis. In the presentation, you can see here the key milestone for the management facility, here including the site selection of the interim storages and the final disposal facilities. In the milestone, the year in which the site selection begins is marked with a capital Y. And this year is 2023, the next year. And is expected to be initiation of site selection year of Republic of Korea. Once the site selection process begins, the site is expected to be secured within 13 years. After securing the site, it will take 7 more years to prepare the centralized interim storage facility, and 17 more years to prepare a final disposal facilities. With regard to the site-specific underground research laboratory, we will prepare this underground research laboratory facilities within 14 years after initiation the facility site selection. Overall research and development roadmap is composed of 4 technology fields, such as transport, storages, site selection, and disposal. For the R&D roadmap, the basic strategies are included: the identification of all possible technologies, and second, we are trying to making the balance between the consistency and the continuity. Here, the continuity, I mean, Korean researchers starting the high-level waste research program from 1997. And we already spent some part of our research fund that we also including the how many work we already done and how many work we have to do in the future. And third, promoting the timely acquisition of necessary technologies considering the R&D stage. This means we also consider Korea-specific research and technology situation where we are. We have to consider first, and how much, how many person, how many facility we have can proceed the research and development program in the future. And finally, enhancement the reliability of a policy and the public acceptance. As discussed in previous presentation, overall research and development roadmap is composed of 4 technology fields: transport, storage, site selection, and disposal. For each technology field, major 104 elemental technologies we identified, and 343 detailed technologies are divided further. As for the major 104 elemental technologies, the detailed definition, R&D target, detailed contents, and time schedules, and the possible process to get the target and necessary R&D fund are described under the current research and development degree of progress in the Republic of Korea and the domestic situation. Here, I would like to explain the 1 page for the storages, and 1 page of transport, and 1 page of site selection, and 2 pages safe disposal. This is safe transport. 10 element technologies are classified for development of both transport container and transport system. As for transport container development, respective technologies, including manufacturing, inspection, operation, and design, we consider. And for transport system, technologies such as manufacturing, operation, design, and safety verification are included. For the safe storage, total 20 element technology are classified for development of storage system, storage container, and linkage technology. For the storage system development, elemental technology including design, operation, safety measure, and securities, and dismantling, and the safety evaluation of storage facilities also included. In addition to storage system, elemental technology for storage container and the related linkage technologies for the reception criteria and testing and equipment design of spent nuclear fuel also included. This slide for the site selection. Total 28 element technology are classified for site survey evaluation, preliminary evaluation of site characteristics, and long-term change predictions are included. For the site survey evaluation, element technology for developing survey, evaluation guideline, and technique are included. For the preliminary evaluation of site and long-term change prediction, technology for investigation and analysis of site characterization, establishment of a preliminary model, and technology for long-term change prediction, and the method regarding the safety case developed included. Second page for the safe disposal. first page, I'm sorry. Total 46 element technology are classified for development disposal system, safety case, and pace technologies, and alternative disposal concept are included. For development of disposal system, technology for disposal container, buffer materials, and backfill, and sealing, and plugging material, and natural barrier characteristics and the system design are included. For the safety case, technology for site characterization modeling, and system, post-closure safeties, and operational safeties, and integration, and for the natural analog are included. Second page of safety disposal. For technology on pace, construction, operation, and the facility closure, we consider technology for construction both surface and underground facilities, and operation and closure pace are included in detail. Finally, technology for alternative disposal concept are considered. As discussed in the introduction, the opinion hearing from the domestic and abroad experts are implemented before the final decision that is scheduled at the end of this year. A total 3 times of opinion hearing were held to explain the background and current domestic status of R&D and detail the content of the prepared R&D roadmap. In the opinion hearing, many controversial issues were discussed among each respective technology field and elemental technologies. One of the issues discussed was how was the technical interface between spent fuel storage and disposal considered in the roadmap. This question arises because preparation of roadmap between storage and disposal field have been prepared separately. For example, it can be questioned about where the necessary facility for spent fuel characterization should be located to satisfy the Beijing National Plan. There was another issue on detailed siting location, both for centralized interim storages and the final repository. Another question was to whether the concept of safeguard by design and security by design will be considered during designing management facilities. As another issue, beyond the current Korean nuclear fuel cycle, there was a discussion on how we can manage the high-level waste generated from the processing or reprocessing of spent nuclear fuel. Based on the Korean experience in securing the site of a low and intermediate level radioactive waste disposal facilities, topic on how it is considered for the public acceptance before and during the siting process also become a great issue. For the international review for the prepared R&D roadmap, we asked the detailed document review, the Toshiba, Finland, and Andhra, France. When asking the document review, there was 3 major questions on the classification of elemental technologies, and the labeling of elemental technologies, and finally the degree of description for each elemental technologies. There were 3 main recommendations and comments from abroad. The first one, the structure of R&D roadmap, and the second is a possible missing on stakeholder involvement aspect, and third is a detailed facility location and the role and accompanying logistics. As for the recommendation for the structure of roadmap, many Finnish experts recommend that the safety target should be considered from the beginning of design stages. And second recommendation was compared to another country of high-level waste management roadmap on possible missing of organizational or socio-economic aspect. During the site selection investigation phase, this is important, I agree, to involve the stakeholders on all the levels to gain the acceptability for the final disposal. As for Major management facilities, including the interim storages, reception and inspection facilities, and encapsulation facilities, and disposal facilities, it also a comment that it's not clear in our roadmap what physical distance they have in relation to IAEA safeguard supervision. Currently, the roadmap is a draft version, is being revised and supplemented by reflecting the result of opinion from domestic and abroad experts. The roadmap will be finalized by the end of this year to the approval of committees, Atomic Energy Commission under the Prime Minister in Republic of Korea. We hope that the technology development for the high-level radioactive waste management in Korea will proceed successfully to the close cooperation with the foreign countries, leading countries in high-level radioactive waste management. This roadmap will be revised every 5 years based on the Beijing National Plan has a period of revision for 5 years. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for listening.
네, 박진백 연구원님 발표 정말 잘 들었습니다. 혹시 관련해서 질문이 있으시다면 질문 하나만 받아보겠습니다. 질문 있으신가요?
Do we have any questions? If no, then we'll move on to the next presentation. Thank you so much for your presentation. You can go back to your seat.
네, 다음 발표로 넘어가.
Next, we'll move on to the next presentation. And we would like to invite Antti Ikonen from Posiva through internet online.
Will be participating online. Mr. Ikonen?
Thank you.
Oh. 네, 지금 PPT가 아직 안 열려서요. 약간 시간이 조금.
I think we will have to take some time to open up his presentation material, so please be patient. Day before yesterday, we had a rehearsal. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the speaker for participating in the rehearsal, despite the time difference. And especially, this session is closely related to the safety. And as you know, Posiva has wonderful cases and technologies.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Great. And also, my screen is visible for you. Please tell me if you can see my screen.
We cannot see any screen.
You cannot see any screen.
All right, all right. Everyone, let's welcome him with a big round of applause, Mr. Antti Ikonen.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chairman, I am happy of this opportunity to tell you about research and development roadmap of Posiva, Finland. May I ask if this is translated in Korean or not?
Yes, yes.
Okay, simultaneous translation, then I will keep short breaks in right positions. Thank you. So, the content of the presentation is available here. I will start with the most important issue, which is the iterative and stepwise strategy. Then comes program plan intervals and the 4 phases that Posiva has already passed. At the end, some sites to the near future operating phase will be presented also. And at the end, of course, you have possibility to ask questions, and I try to answer those. So, the iterative and stepwise concept development strategy. The first brown arrow here, or first step, is the siting step, which includes basic principles of the site that need to be studied and fulfilled. For example, we have a rule that no natural resources are allowed to be at the potential site or host rock.
Mr. Ikonen, excuse me?
Yes?
We don't have brakes needed.
Okay.
No brakes needed.
No brakes needed. Okay,
yes,
then I
yes. Thank
continue.
you.
Thank you. So, and basic knowledge is needed from the site. For example, that is it a question about coastal or inland site, which has effect on the groundwater chemistry, especially to the salinity, which then again affects our choice of concept and materials. So the site conditions affect to this preliminary concept that will be selected. In our case, we selected already years ago this KBS3 concept, which suited to our potential site conditions. Critical safety functions, for example, to limit the canister corrosion, were also selected in this stage, very early stage. The third dark red step or arrow was the lab test concept in mini-scale. For example, the pictures on this slide are from engineered barrier system and especially from the clay barriers. And for example, we did bentonite laboratory tests in this valid groundwater chemistry, which was studied already in the siting stage. And also bentonite swelling pressure test here in the second example figure were done in the valid groundwater chemistry. In the fourth step, general material behavior, etc., in small scale was tested. So in these figures, you can see that they are not even close to the full scale testing. This picture is from bentonite saturation test, and this one is from the backfill test, tunnel backfill test. There we tested, for example, backfill swelling pressure. And in every step, we needed to be prepared for iteration loop. So if something did not work in the small scale test stage, then we had to put that part back to the mini scale laboratory test and try to find new ways to do things. And then we went back to the small scale test stage with that item. Then we went to the fifth light orange colored step, which was the full-scale test above ground. Here we tested, for example, buffer installation machine and the backfill block installation machine. The equipment used in the full-scale testing state was demonstration machines, so they were not the final ones. And also here we found some parts that we needed some iterations or at least machinery tuning, so we needed to go back and do things again. So we iterated the work with the demonstration machinery. Then we were ready to move underground. There we did full-scale tests. First, one component at a time. We took the, for example, the buffer installation machine, the same demonstration machine that we had used above ground. In full-scale component test, we took the same machine underground and to the real environment and repeated the tests. Then, after that, we were ready to do underground full-scale in-situ system test. And there, all the components related to the underground operation were tested one after another, so that we followed the actual chain of actions underground, from the drilling of the disposal, from the excavation of disposal tunnel and to the drilling of the deposition holes, doing all the studies there in between, then installing canisters, bentonite blocks and backfill, and finally we built plug to the mouth of the deposition tunnel. And this test is still monitored. We installed roughly 500 measurement devices there. We are measuring, for example, swelling pressure, temperatures, humidity, and so on. And this way we get part of the early evolution data as long as the devices work. So we get all the time monitoring data from our full-scale in-situ system test. And now we are preparing for commissioning test, showed in this light green color. We call it also as a trial run, in short. And that test will be done with the final equipment, final staff, final guides, and final rules for operating phase. And all these tests and equipment that will be used in this trial run are accepted by our regulator. So we don't use any more demonstration equipment. They will be the final ones. In the trial run, we take from the interim spent fuel storage the number of fuel elements that are needed to fill 4 disposal canisters. The elements are transferred from the interim spent fuel storage to the encapsulation plant. They are encapsulated and then lowered to the underground canister storage. The canisters are disposed to disposal holes, and disposal tunnel will be backfilled and plugged. In addition, in the trial run, we have the fifth canister also, which will be retrieved back to the above ground encapsulation plant and opened there to prove the retrievability. And this stage will be started in 2024. Then finally, operating phase will be ahead of us after a few years. And I still want to remind that feedback in all phases and retesting and revision of initial data need to be done when necessary during this stepwise process. You cannot avoid it, but using, for example, Posiva's experience, you can minimize revisions and costs of your project. In research and development planning, long-term plans make frames for yearly activity plans. Since the beginning of Posiva, long-term planning has been made for planning more detailed yearly activities. However, the first plans reach only until the start of the operation. Nowadays, the long-term planning covers the whole lifespan until the closure of the facilities. The first long-time plan was a plan aiming to select the site and the concept, so-called phase 1 in this presentation. After the site was selected, a 10-year plan from 2001 till 2010, phase 2 was compiled for investigations and development during the construction of Ongala. And Ongala is the underground rock characterization facility. Since 2001, Posiva has produced every 3 years a 3-year program on nuclear waste management, which describes 3-year activities in detail and then the following 3 years on more general level. And yearly activity plans are done for every year, and current project plans have been based on them. Then the phases of Posiva's final disposal program. I have divided these phases into 4. Actually, the 5th phase could be then the closure phase, but these are now the main interesting parts or phases. The first phase 1 was from the very beginning to the site selection stage. So we did the site investigations, selection of the site and the concept development during this first phase. And at the end we prepared for the decision in principle, which included the site selection decision. Then the phase 2 started, Phase 2 started after receiving the government's decision in principle and the decision of the site selection. Then we concentrated on detailed design of concept and facilities. And we get prepared for the excavation of the actual repository openings. The most important licensing step in phase 2 was to be prepared for the construction license application. Then phase 3 could be started after we received the construction license. And quite soon after that, we started the excavation of underground repository openings, which were expansion for the already existing rock characterization facility. And a bit later, we started construction of encapsulation plant. And all this time we were preparing for operational license application, which was then sent to the regulatory body. And now we are at the moment we are waiting for the operation license, and after we receive the operating license, we start a fourth phase, the operation, and that will last very long time and will be then followed by the closure of final disposal facility. So, phase one. In phase one, research and development were in focus of activities. Posiva defined the field studies to be performed at each site and compiled and analyzed the field study results. The first safety case was produced and submitted with the application for the decision in principle and the site selection. The decision in principle was the decision on geological disposal as the solution for spent fuel in Finland. Other work focused on preliminary selection and development of the concept and preliminary layout of the facilities. During phase one, more than 100 candidate sites were identified when the whole country was screened. And Posiva used stepwise approach to narrow the number of potential sites, step by step. In the final stage of phase one, there were 4 sites in detailed site investigations. They were Kuhmo, Äänekoski, Loviisa, and Eurajoki, which was then finally selected to host the spent fuel disposal facility. In phase two, the detailed design and construction of Onkalo underground rock characterization facility came into the focus, along with site confirmation studies, development of the engineered barrier systems, and preparing for the construction license application. Focus of the research and development was in facility design adapted to Olkiluoto site, Onkalo underground characterization and research program that was published to plan and coordinate research, design, and construction. Baseline description prior to construction and monitoring plan and assessment of Onkalo's impact on the final disposal conditions. And also canister design and welding technology, alternative horizontal disposal concept, and development of rock construction methods were also in focus. In phase 3, the focus was on preparing the construction of the final disposal facility. In 2012, Posiva applied for the construction license, and the license was granted in 2015. During that time, the regulator gave a statement including requirements on the safety case for the operating license application. The regulator's requirements, we call them open issues on the safety case, and Posiva's preparations for operating license application were the basis for the planning in 2015. In this phase 3, a specific cost and concept optimization mid-phase was introduced. And also a large documentation on the evaluation of readiness of each program was compiled. With this documentation package, it was decided to start the construction of the encapsulation plant, which was a huge investment decision for Posiva. In current phase 4, the focus is on submitting the operating license application, which has now actually done already, and starting the operating phase. So right now, we have submitted the operating license application, and Posiva is constructing encapsulation plant and underground high-level waste disposal facility. Other goals for this phase 4 are creating the organization and procedures for operating and get acceptance from the regulator for those also, and then start the trial run for final disposal in 2024, and the start of the operating once Posiva gets the operating license from our regulatory body. In operating phase, Posiva will do site research and monitoring, like research data production and management. For example, when we are expanding the repository openings step by step during the operating phase. We also will do rock suitability criteria work all the time to characterize from the excavated deposition tunnels the potential positions for the deposition holes, and monitoring work naturally. Posiva will also do modeling and site description updates all the time when we get more data during the expansion of our repository openings in stepwise method. We will also do engineered barrier systems procurement and management work, product development and safety-related research. And the target is to manage the concept and long-term safety knowledge base in overall. So those were all the 4 phases we have faced or we have very soon ahead of us. That's all for my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Ikonen, for the timely presentation in Korea. 혹시 이코넨님의 발표에
So, do you have any questions? If we do have questions, we'd like to take questions from the floor. If not, let's go on to the next presentation. Okay, thank you once again for the wonderful presentation. Let's give the speaker a big round of applause.
Where is Mr. Ikonen? Thank you very much. 다음 순서로 그럼 넘어가 보도록 하겠습니다.
And let's move on to the next speech. And the third speech of the special session is from Andra. We'd like to invite Mr. Jean-Michel Andra once again to the podium.
Speaker of the special session. Everyone, let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you again. And we'll try this afternoon to give a broad overview of the roadmap of the French disposal, geological disposal facility project CGO. As this project started 30 years ago, I will include in this roadmap, as it was the case in the previous presentation, I will include in this roadmap the 3 last decades, which played an important role in our current progress, as well, of course, as future steps. And first, a few words on CGO project status. As I mentioned in my previous presentation, CGO will accommodate both intermediate and high-level waste. Intermediate level waste mainly in the first phase, and vitrified high-level waste from reprocessing afterwards. On this slide, you can see the two separate repository zones underground at a depth of 500 meters in the middle of the so-called Karlovo-Oxfordian clay layer. This clay layer has a thickness of 130 to 170 meters. Its permeability to water is very, very low, which allows for very low radionuclide release and very low radiological impact in the long term. It's clear that the geological barrier is the main containment barrier in our concept, barrier number 1. There will be two facilities above ground. One on the right will be above the underground disposal facilities, particularly for mining service and for ventilation. And the second surface facility on the left will be located 4 to 5 kilometers away, near the underground research laboratory, which is currently under operation. This surface facility will receive the waste packages that will be transported by rail. And there will be a ramp for waste transfer underground. Let's focus on high-level waste repository cells. There will be horizontal micro-tunnels, or big boreholes, with a diameter around 0.9 meter, drilled and operated from horizontal drifts. The engineered barrier system includes a thick carbon steel overpack, a steel liner to support the rock mass during the operation, and also a cement-based buffer between the liner and the host clay to protect the liner from corrosion due to a transient acid release from the clay, as we could observe in the underground research laboratory. For the time, the longer the length of each disposal cell will be, the better for both cost and long-term safety. For the time being, this technology has been tested and demonstrated in the URL up to 150 meters. The sizing of the repository zone for high-level waste is mainly driven by the thermal load, of course. The thermal criteria we use are based on coupled thermal hydromechanical processes to avoid, of course, excessive disturbance of the host rock. And these thermal criteria, which are not only expressed in terms of temperature limit, but in terms of more sophisticated criteria, this type of thermal criteria is very specific to clay. And this slide shows the repository cells for intermediate level waste. They are large diameter drifts, around 9 meters in diameter, where waste packages are stacked in a very dense manner because we have no problems with temperature. The photograph at the top left of the slide is a full-scale demonstration test of such a tunnel that has just been completed in the URL. Some packages might be in place, some waste packages might be in place without overpack, while others are planned to be overpacked in strong concrete cubic disposal packages. The photograph at the bottom left shows a number of demonstration tests that we performed in the past on concrete disposal packages. We currently have uncertainties on the behavior of some bituminized intermediate level waste, especially in case of fire. Therefore, specific design of the repository cells has been developed for this particular waste type, and R&D program will also continue to better understand the behavior of this particular waste type, and pending the results, there are no plans to receive bituminized waste from the commissioning of CGO, but at a later stage. This very important slide for us shows that we have entered the permitting phase of CGO prior to the construction 2 years ago. The very first process, which is now completed, was the declaration of public convenience and necessity of the project by the government. In this framework, compliance with environmental regulation and also socio-economical interests for the nation were confirmed. Public hearings occurred in September and October 2021. The minister decree was signed and published on July 8th this year. On this basis, we can start preliminary works in non-nuclear parts of CGO, provided specific authorizations. The next, last, and maybe most important step is the construction license application to be reviewed by the nuclear regulator. We plan to provide and publish this application in the very next weeks before the end of this year. Let's come to my second part of CGO's roadmap, our past history. We started 30 years ago at the bottom left. It's important to note that this has been a stepwise process with a number of intermediate decision-making milestones over these past 30 years. The Parliament was periodically involved in decision-making, as the starting point of this history was itself a decision of the Parliament with a law voted in 1991. It's important to say that in my country, the involvement of the Parliament has been a strong support to go forward, and this should continue in the future. I hope so anyway. Siting, design, and safety case were gradually developed along with the successive decision-making milestones. And I'm going now to focus on several crucial milestones we had in the past. Starting with the transition from a research phase or feasibility phase to an industrial project phase. This transition was in 2005. The 1991 law, the first law, provided for a research program over 15 years, including the construction and operation of underground research laboratories. Initially, at least 2 URL were planned in France, but the siting process ultimately resulted in only 1 lab. The outcomes of the first period in 2005 were an assessment of the feasibility of safe, deep geological disposal in a clay geological formation, and the identification of a suitable area for a potential repository. This assessment was broadly reviewed at that time. On this basis, the Parliament voted a new law in 2006, allowing for the development of an industrial DGR. This is a summary, short summary of the siting process for underground research laboratories. Site screening for these laboratories was carried out in 1992, 1994, on the basis of voluntary sites. And finally, 2 types of rock were pre-selected, granite and clay. From 1994 to 1996, we performed above-ground geological survey in the pre-selected areas, and we provided the government in 1996 with license applications for 3 underground research laboratories. After a review by specific commission and by the regulator, 1 underground research laboratory only was finally licensed in 1998. The construction and the operation of the underground research laboratory from 2000 to 2005 made it possible to collect all basic data necessary for the feasibility and safety assessment provided in 2005. At that time, we had only 1 main test drift in the URL, which you can see in the very middle of this slide. We performed in this drift a number of small-scale tests in parallel to acquire a huge number of scientific data in a very limited time frame. Let's have a look on the URL today. It's more than 2 kilometers of underground drifts. New drifts are still under construction. After 2005, we passed from small-scale tests to larger scale. We studied coupled processes, scale effects, including excavation damage zone, thermal tests, and so on. And progressively, we started tests to develop and demonstrate technologies, especially in the field of rock excavation and various types of rock support, including repository horizontal cells for high-level waste, yes, large diameter drifts, and more recently, large-scale crossings of underground drifts. Of course, mining in clay is more complicated than mining in granite. It is also important to point out the successive iterations between design and safety that were carried out during the past 30 years to progressively define suitable design and elaborate the safety case of the project. Here you can see the usual process followed at each step consistently with IAEA guidelines, from function identification, conceptual design to safety assessment, taking benefit of the progress in scientific knowledge, especially relating to clay characteristics and behavior. You have previously seen the current design of the project. Here, to illustrate, we can see the preliminary concepts that we studied in the 1998 to 2001 period, before the construction of the underground research laboratory. On the left, you can see repository cells for intermediate level waste with galleries or very large vaults. In the middle, you can see cells for high-level waste. At that time, we considered vertical as well as horizontal repository cells, and a very sophisticated engineered barrier system that has since been simplified by taking advantage of the high containment capacity of the host clay formation. Finally, horizontal cells were selected because they are more efficient for both cost and safety in our context. I already mentioned a big transition milestone in 2005. This slide shows another one, which occurred later in 2010, especially in the field of design. In 2010, we passed from conceptual or preliminary design to a new engineering period with successively basic and detailed design, which were developed under contracts with international engineering companies. To do so, we issued in 2009 detailed technical requirements. A significant part of these requirements addressed post-closure safety in terms that could be effectively used by engineering companies. These requirements also address nuclear safety and worker safety in operation, waste emplacement and retrievability, monitoring very important, sustainable development, and so on. A significant issue of the detailed design phase was the optimization of the project in terms of safety as well as in terms of cost. Most part of the detailed design was completed around 3 years ago, making it possible to enter the current permitting phase. As a conclusion of this part of my talk, dedicated to CGO's past history, this slide is a reminder of the successive versions of CGO's safety case to support decision-making along with the past history. First, preliminary generic safety case for URL siting, then a crucial safety case in 2005 to assess the feasibility of a safe DGR in the considered clay formation. I do not mention on this slide that in between we had a safety case in 2001, which was the first one submitted to an international NEA peer review, 2001. Then we had two versions of safety case in 2009 and 2015 to support the preparation of detailed design and the preparation of the license application, and especially to allow a continuous dialogue between implementer and regulator, which is absolutely necessary in such a project. And finally, we complete and provide this year the safety case for construction license application, taking into account the expectations of the regulator as best as possible. Let's come now to the future steps of the project that are our roadmap today. This is the time schedule of the project from now up to the final closure, which might occur around 2150, according to our current assumptions. Our new starting point is the construction license application by end of this year. The 3 to 5 next years will be dedicated to the review of the construction license application by the nuclear regulator, as well as a new public hearing, and finally the preparation of the licensing decree to be issued by the government. Along with this licensing process, we plan a number of tasks in parallel, including some detailed design adjustments. We also plan some preparatory activities on the site. During this phase, we will also prepare new contracts with engineering and construction companies in order to be able to start construction as soon as the license decree will be issued. Of course, the project also includes the continuation of R&D tasks, especially to support the licensing process and also to provide new data for future design optimization. We are now preparing the new phase of the project with detailed plans and time schedules. A new team organization has been implemented this year within ANDRA in view of this phase. Then will come the initial construction period. Prior to the reception and placement of first waste packages, this phase might last around 1 decade. Of course, it will include continuation of R&D and a lot of monitoring. And finally, operation and stepwise closure are envisaged over a period of more than 100 years, as we already discussed before. You could already see this slide during my previous presentation. It shows the progressive operation of the underground facility, starting with intermediate level waste at the industrial scale, and later on with high level waste. This is the best image of CGO which we can draw today, but we must recognize that this image will evolve with time, along with the experience gained in the future, as well as along with scientific and technical progress. Here you can see the pilot area where a few high-level wastes will be emplaced from the beginning of the operational phase of CGO. The technology used in this pilot phase will be probably different from the technology which will be used 50 years later for the disposal of high-level waste at the industrial scale. That's really important to understand that R&D will continue along with the operation of the repository. The construction period prior to the emplacement of first waste packages in CGO will be part of the industrial pilot phase, of which precise duration is not yet clearly defined. And this pilot phase will include construction of shaft access ramps and support facilities, construction and monitoring also of new demonstrators, especially in the field of sealing and plugging, construction and operation monitoring of 4 repository vaults for intermediate level waste, construction, operation and monitoring of a pilot area with limited dimensions for the disposal of high-level waste, which will include the emplacement of older high-level waste packages with moderate thermal power. At the end, we will provide a report which will make it possible to decide to move forward to the following phases, which will be a decision of the Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Welbeck.
I'd like to give a big round of applause to the speaker once again. Thank you for the wonderful presentation.
네, 이제 특별 세션의 마지막 순서가 남아 있습니다.
We have one presentation left, so please welcome our speaker to the stage.
Of the special session. Everyone, let's welcome him with a big hand.
Good afternoon, everyone. So that's the second presentation of mine today, and it is about the role of underground research labs in radioactive waste management. And there's a very strong link to the presentation we had at the beginning of this session from Dr. Park, when he presented the radioactive waste management, high-level waste management roadmap of Korea, where obviously is also some place for a future URL placed. First, a few words about the more general picture. We have already seen or have already heard a lot about underground research today, and but there's a principal understanding what we mean under underground research. Underground research laboratories, these are specific underground infrastructures executing RD&D projects under more realistic or relevant boundary conditions. That means any work we are doing in these underground research labs should somehow be, provide information and data which are transferable to a future repository environment. These URLs are an integral part of the overall strategy of this staged, stepwise development and refinement of any national geological disposal program. I think this is something which is one of the main outcomes of today's presentations, I believe. Of course, the roles of these underground research labs, they will change, they will evolve with time. And especially as the overall waste management program also will evolve. And later we will see that there's a strong link of underground research lab activities, programs to the overall waste management roadmap we have in our countries. So URL program generally is characterized by a broad spectrum of scientific and engineering projects, as we had here before. There is this very strong international cooperation and knowledge transfer and exchange. And it's not only about exchange of knowledge and know-how. Of course, we need the access to the experts around the world. But this is a very good and important way to share resources, not only resources and in human resources, but also in sources of costs and money. And then it was one of the previous sessions that it's all about confidence building, and that's why we use also these underground research labs for a transparent dialogue with all interested people, with our stakeholders, with the public, with everyone who is interested in the topic. But I will come back to this issue in one of my slides. Good. URL are bridging part of time, space. So we need to upscale the information we generate in normal labs at the universities or at the research institutions. So we have already a lot of understanding of processes on the very well controlled boundary conditions. And of course, especially we as geologists, we know nature very well. We have a good understanding of the geology in our countries or in the selected areas. And with these underground research labs, we are able to close this missing link between these different areas. So in underground research labs, we are able to simulate situation we expect in the future repository environment with respect to size, but also with respect to timescale. So this is a very important aspect of our work in these underground research labs. Then there are many objectives of URL studies, and many of these objectives we heard about today, and there's of course, especially if you're starting a URL program, you will start with normal investigations, rock characterization activities in this potential host rock, because you will not select a site or a geology for your underground research lab which could not be seen as a potential host rock formation. That's very important. That's why you also need to understand this rock right from the beginning. You need to get a good understanding about the geology and the processes within this selected rock. Then, developing of methodologies, for example, how to investigate this rock. And these will provide informations and know-how which are directly transferable to a future repository environment. And then developing understanding of processes occurring in the rock, but also later when you start to test repository components in your URL. This will also help to get a good understanding how these components react with the environment. Everything about engineered barriers system and interface to the host rock or the environment, let's say groundwater chemistry, will have an effect on that. And then verifying upscaling procedures for sample to full scale. That's what we said. It's all about scaling up. And then testing, developing of testing components, techniques, and instruments relevant to the repository development. This is always part of the work in these URLs that we also need to get prepared for the final implementation of the final repository program. Developing and testing models, various processes. This is very important to, as I said before, we have a good understanding about processes from our lab studies. And now we really need to test our models in a realistic, framework, in a realistic boundary conditions, which means in situ. And then confirming that models perform satisfactorily and demonstrating that repository components meet the requirements as placed, for example, by the regulator. Last but not least, we also need to build the expertise and the solid technical and conceptual basis for monitoring at various project stages. You can imagine that during URL operation, we will have to develop a lot of methodologies and also techniques to monitor our environment, to get an understanding how we will influence the rock itself only by doing something in the rock. And in the later stage, when we have selected a site for the repositories, we also need to be the tools and technologies available to see what the impact will be while we start in constructing our facility and while we operating the site. Because at the end, we need to guarantee that our repository, closed repository, will reach at a certain time baseline conditions. Okay, just to remember, when we discuss about underground research labs, we always have in mind two principal end members, I would say. We have the so-called generic URLs, which are independent from any selected repository site. These are our playgrounds. There we can really develop our concepts, we can test technologies and methodologies, and we can train our people, and we don't need to care too much about disturbing the selected rock. And then we have the second group, the so-called site-specific or on-site underground research labs. These are, in most of the cases, research facilities at the site, at the repository site, and dedicated to mainly to rock confirmation activities, because only at that point we will reach repository depth, and we need to confirm that the data or the information we achieved by surface-based methodologies can be confirmed at depth as well. And of course, this site will be also heavily used for optimization and final design work for our disposal concepts. And of course, there are many of these facilities in between. There's a kind of gray zone between generic and site-specific sites. Yes, of course, any underground research, any activity will be strongly affected by the rock formation we select. Surely the characterization activities, test activities will be different between a sedimentary clay type of rock and a crystalline, for example, a granitic type of rock. In sedimentary rocks, we are heavily interested in the minerals. We would like to have a high content of swelling clays, for example. And we really would like to understand what the distribution of clastic minerals or clastic grains like quartz grains in the system are. Because this will heavily impact the permeability of the system. So everything about sedimentology, you know, understanding of phasous changes in the system. In a crystalline rock, the focus will be on the fractal inventory. We need to understand the fractal network. We need to develop on an early stage fractal model. We need to understand the tectonic overprint, the metamorphism, and so on. Evaporites, they are, again, completely different. Good, so I'm looking a little bit around the globe. This is a slide I just borrowed from Stefan Meyer from IAEA. There are a few underground research labs in operation around the globe, and it's about 34. And they're all in different rock formations, and they all they meet different objectives. But it's interesting, or I would say it's important to have a look what the colleagues are doing in these underground research labs. So because in most of these facilities, there's the opportunity for international cooperation to do work together, and especially to get access to lessons learned, especially when you are planning to establish your own underground research lab. This is very important. Not doing the same mistakes, for example. Yes, and in the same way as our overall disposal programs develop, the RD&D activities and URLs will also develop with time. And as you nicely see on the top of these nice photographs, it starts very, very simple with classical rock characterization work to get an understanding of the environment, testing tools, maybe developing tools to characterize rocks in situ in subsurface, and so on. Later phases, the focus will move to more process understanding, and maybe depending on the facility you have available, you will already start to do experiments with radioactive tracers or with homologues to get a good understanding about radionuclide behavior in the geosphere under realistic boundary conditions. And then, in a later stage, you can focus on more complex experiments, carrying out demonstration experiments, demonstrate feasibility of emplacement technologies, or to demonstrate that your disposal concepts meet the requirements. These are examples from the work we are doing or did in Switzerland. Yes, and this brings me directly to the Swiss approach, because I don't want to talk too much about the more global picture, because I can provide examples from Switzerland, as we have a rather long history in working underground. This is the timeline of our high-level waste management program in Switzerland, and there you see these two red lines. And the two red lines, they presenting the times when we started with our underground research work. You see, in 1984, we started with Grimsel Test Site, which is the underground research lab in crystalline rock. And this is the time when we concentrated on crystalline rock as a potential host rock for a future repository. At the same time, we had also very close work together with our colleagues from Sweden, because they also started plus minus at that time with their URL program. And then with time, when our countrywide screening developed further and further, sediments came into the play, And we started in parallel to the crystalline investigations with our sediment program and established an underground research lab in the Opalinus clay in 1996. And since that time, we are very active in these two underground research labs. And of course, in parallel, we also developed our disposal concept as presented this morning. And out of this disposal concept, we needed to develop or to identify the areas where research or additional research in these underground research laboratories was and is needed. So, and with this, you can already see two main different groups of experiments we are doing. We're doing experiments which are dedicated to understand the host rock itself. Everything is related to processes in the geosphere. And on the other hand, we have experiments which strongly focus on our performance of the engineered barriers and engineered barrier components. So these are the two underground research labs we are operating in Switzerland. On the left side, this is a Grimsel test site, high up in the Swiss Alps at an altitude of 1,700 meters. It was constructed in '84, as I said before, and the owner and operator is NAGRA. On the right side, you see the Monterrey project, the Monterrey URL, which is located in the sedimentary rock in the Opalinus clay, which is our host rock, as you have learned this morning. And this site is operated by Swiss Topo, which is the geological survey of Switzerland, and NAGRA is one of the main project partners. Yes. NAGRA has, as most of the other waste management organizations, a so-called roadmap for repository implementation in place. This is only one screenshot of our roadmap, which covers the time period until closure and reaching or returning to the greenfield conditions. So this roadmap covers about 100 years. And we don't need to go into detail here, but I would like to state that the roadmap is very important to define an RD&D program, because based on the milestones set in this roadmap, we need to develop a roadmap for our RD&D activities, as you see here, because RD&D will continue. And the RD&D work needs to be designed in the way that we have the data and information needed to reach a certain milestone available at the right time. So it's not possible to do all the RD&D work identified in a very short period. We really need to follow a stepwise approach. It doesn't make sense to provide information and data which are only needed at the end of our roadmap. For example, activities or know-how we need to seal up boreholes or to seal shafts, repository shafts and ramps. On this we can focus on a later stage. Our focus for the next few years might be most probably related to updating our safety case, to provide the necessary information to prepare our license applications. General license application 2 years from now, then we have the next license application to get construction license for our URL, on-site URL, and so on. And we need to provide the necessary information at the right time. Yeah, NAGRA's RD&D program. So we have the overall RD&D program of NAGRA, because not all RD&D we are doing is related to underground research labs. Only a specific portion is related to the URLs. And it is as what I said before, if you have these RD&D roadmap or program in place, and if it is so strongly linked to your overall roadmap, you really need to prioritize. And every 5 years, NAGRA is placing a new RD&D program And you see on the right side, this is the actual version. It's from 2021. It's available in English on our website if you're interested in. But in parallel to this overall RD&D program, we need to define the priorities of our RD&D work to meet the requirements from the overall roadmap to provide the data and information when they are needed. These priority plans, of course, they are updated in shorter periods, so between 1 and 2 years we need to update these priority plans. Yeah, and then from how to get from the priorities to the activities. The RD&D priorities are defined based on expert judgment of the overall state of the program using risk-based approach. And it's very important to say, there is not only a bottom-up, there's also an up-bottom approach. So that means management level needs to define the overall milestones, the overall roadmap. But of course, to define the RD&D activities, we need the input from the researchers, because the researchers, they know how long it takes to generate needed data and information. So therefore, the priorities are ranked based on importance for the next safety case, urgency and effort required to meet the priority, risk of not reaching the expected outcome, and driver of the activity. So, and if you look at the larger picture of our RD&D strategy linked to the URLs, as said before, we have currently the 2 underground research labs in operation. Both of them are generic sites, so no one single URL is somehow related or linked to a final repository site. That means for a few years we will concentrate our RD&D work in these 2 URLs, as I said, to meet the requirements to go for the next, for the general license application, mainly related to updating the safety case and to ask still open questions. And then as soon our site proposal was approved, we will enter the next phase by preparing and running the so-called site-specific activities, the on-site URL program. And there will be a strong link to the construction license for the repository at the selected repository site. So for the generic URL activities, we still have many open questions with respect to modeling and in smaller scale experiments, but we have a strong focus now on large-scale demonstration experiments in scale 1-to-1 and related upscaling in the models. Good. Yeah, how to identify the RD&D activities in a URL. And we already have a very good understanding about high-level waste disposal performance. And this goes back to a 40 years experience we have in underground research. The evolution of the repository is described in sufficient detail such that the performance can be assessed over the whole period in terms of fulfilling the safety functions. Weaker aspects in the argumentation are being addressed by additional RD&D, and that's why we are here. URL activities are needed to reduce the remaining safety relevant uncertainties, in process understanding, address the most sensitive aspects in decision and model chains, test the performance of alternative options, so everything about optimization. And we have heard this word optimization a lot during the last 2 days, because this is something where all the programs which have reached this implementation phase need to concentrate more on. And then URL activities, due to activities do not provide a direct input for the safety case. The outcome are part of the continuous integration of the knowledge base provided by the lab experiment, natural analog, and upscaling in time and space. Yeah, major drivers for RD&D related to the next licensing steps. General license application 2024, as said before. So we need to update the full safety case, or we need to develop the full safety case. Then there will be decision or support the decision on the site, and also on the conceptual design. And then when we go for the construction license for 2050, we need to update the full safety case again, then performance confirmation based on the in situ URL investigations, and then detailed design of the full repository. So you see, so far we're only working with a conceptual design for our repository. So, and that's by purpose, because we keep flexibility in our system as long as possible. And then, of course, if we need to apply for the operating license for 2055, again, update of the full safety case and demonstration of it in this on-site URL. Activities up high-level waste construction license, a little bit more in detail. This is the phase between 2035 and 2050. Final selection of the barrier materials and concepts. So that means, and that's what I highlighted before, we're only working with a disposal concept. So we have not defined our final disposal concept. So there's still some options to change, for example, bentonite material or canister material, disposal canister material. And then optimization of repository architecture, then fulfilling detailed design requirements, including technology development, optimization of methodologies and concepts, for example, emplacement technology. Of course, we have in URL scale, we could show that we are able to that we can emplace bentonite material in with the required properties. But then at that stage, we need to demonstrate in a more industrial way. Then performance confirmation of the components and host rock for long-term safety in the subsurface facilities and in the lab if required. And on the right side, you see photographs from in situ experiments at Grimsel test site. That's a so-called hot bend experiment, one of the one-to-one scale demonstration experiments we are running at the moment. So activities to high-level waste operating license 2050-2055, finalization of the technology development and optimization of operation and demonstration of emplacement and retrievability, because also in our concept we need to show the retrievability for a certain period after closure of the repository. And there you see photographs from the full-scale emplacement experiment at Monterrey. Good. The more soft issues, other roles of URL, I only have one slide on that. We talked a lot about confidence building. We talked a lot about international cooperation. So what do we do with respect to confidence building? Of course, we provide access to our facilities. So the URLs there can be visited. We have a lot of media on site, so we invite proactively medias for media conferences and also to present new projects and so on. And then, of course, we have a lot of material available which we share with universities, with schools, but also with any other group which is interested in our work. Being visible, this is a very important aspect that the people know what we are doing. And this is not cannot only done by providing the possibility to visit us, and we also need to go out. We need to use social media these days. We need to go to conferences to present our work. We need to place kind of newsletters, distribute them on social medias and so on. And we do a lot of scientific publications. Knowledge management, again, very important. Training as an integral part of URL programs play a key role. in knowledge retention, but also transfer in our organization, but also between the organizations. Yeah, and then URLs provide the necessary infrastructure, a playground, and the flexibility we need to do this. Yeah, final thoughts, my last slide. Just to summarize a little bit, URLs, so specifically the Swiss URLs, they support RD&D activities in the context of radioactive waste disposal, as well as a general geoscience and training for almost 4 decades in Switzerland. Accumulated knowledge and know-how at the Swiss URLs have reached a high level of maturity that allows to plan and execute complex, long-term and large-scale experiments. Results from such projects contribute to the assessment of the operational and long-term safety of repositories, as well as the evaluation of optimization strategies for future design and activities. Current Swiss URL phases include projects with a planning horizon of decades, so we are currently not planning to close any of our 2 underground research labs. So we have planning horizons which go beyond 2040-45 at the moment. NAGRA strategy for the underground geological investigations, so the site or on-site underground research, confirming performance and demonstrating safety and feasibility. As generic URLs, it is expected that the Swiss URLs will provide a platform for international cooperation, knowledge development, knowledge transfer for the next generation for scientists and engineers in the area of radioactive waste management, but also related areas like geoscience. We're also doing a lot of work together with colleagues in geothermal, for example. Good, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Blashmit. 혹시 Blashmit
Is there anybody who would like to ask questions? Yes, we have one person over there. You can go ahead. We'll bring you the microphone.
One is your general license concept. I'm not familiar with such a general license concept. Please explain why you need general license before construction license. My second one is 2 generic URLs in operation in Switzerland. One is constructed in clay. It's the same geological formation for your disposal site. Just why you need long operation of site-specific URL, even though you are doing lots of research activities at generic URL, Monterrey?
Yeah. Maybe the first question, so in Switzerland, we're going for this so-called general license application because this is needed to get approval of the site we have selected. The construction license is something different. This comes later, after we have done the on-site site confirmation activities in the on-site URL. And we call it general because, as I said before, as part of this license application, we do not need to propose the final design, for the disposal components. As I said, for example, we still have some flexibility, for example, with respect to bentonite material to be selected, or canister material to be selected. This needs to be fixed when we go for the construction license for the repositories, for the high-level waste and for the low-level waste part. Does the first question answered? Yeah. The second question, I'm not sure if I understood you correctly. You were asking why do we need on-site URL when we have already...
Sure, yeah. It's my question. Yeah, you have 2 URL. One is constructed at clay, Monterrey. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The clay rock is the same geological formation for your DGR site. Mm-hmm. You are doing lots of work there, full-scale demonstration of your disposal system, but you still plan to do some experiments at your site, DGR. Why you have a long period of time to do some experiment in your site?
Yeah, good question. I was expecting a question here why we are still doing research at Grimsel test site in granite when we have selected a clay type of rock. But you didn't ask, fair enough. So I will answer your question, and that's a good question. But for this, you need to know about the Monterey, which is not located at repository depth. As explained this morning, our repository level below surface is about 900 meters. Monterey is about, if I remember correctly, about 250 to 300 meters below surface, which means that, for example, the in situ rock stress is different to the in situ rock stress we expect in the future repository site, which means many of engineering aspects we cannot test and study at Monterey. This needs to be done at a later stage. Another point is that we are in sediments, so we also need to consider phasous changes in the sedimentary basin, which means final confirmation we need to get on the site, because these phasous changes, they can have a certain impact, for example, on permeability into rock, you know, on things like that. Yeah, this is one aspect. You know, because we are not yet really realistic with, and also the deformation history of Monterey site is different. We are in the folded Jura Mountains, which also provides some complications.
답변이 됐을까요? 네. Mr. Pohjonen, do you have some question?
Yes, thank you. Ingo, you mentioned when describing the roadmap that the milestones or the overall schedule can be defined from top to bottom or bottom to top, so that management put certain milestones there, and then the researchers tell their own opinion. And but as we know, there is often quite a gap between these two. So management says that maybe this is reachable in 3 years, and researchers say that it's 10 years. So how do you manage with this gap in NAGRA?
Yeah, you know, because of time constraints, I had to cut out one of my slides which have explained exactly this. Do you know Irina Gauss? She's our RD&D coordinator at NAGRA, and she developed a RD&D support team where she has involved all experts from NAGRA, which are responsible for specific areas. And they discuss with NAGRA management the RD&D plan, especially the RD&D priorities at a yearly or 2-yearly basis. And of course, this is not an easy discussion, because the experts, they're more, you know, scientists, they like to do research, you know. They're always asking for more time and more money. And the management needs to provide the framework. And yeah, and this is met with a very intensive dialogue, I would say. But this is important for us, because we don't want to have this only, let's say, dictated by the upper management. Of course, they have to follow a fixed schedule, and everything needs to fit in, but there is need, but there's also room for discussion. Yeah. That's an interesting question, because we discussed it a lot internally.
Not that we would have that impossible. Thank you.
I hope not.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause. 네, 이것으로 특별 세션의 네 분의 발표까지 모두 다 들어봤습니다. 이어지는 순서는요, 어제 저희가 미래 세대와 함께하는 토크 콘서트 함께 했었는데, 그 시간에 또 많은 대학생들, 미래 세대 여러분들이 뜨거운 디스커션을 펼쳤다고 합니다. 그래서 이 미래 세대 간의 토의에서 토출이 된 결의문이 있다고 하는데요. 오늘 그 부분을 전달해 주신다고 합니다. 제가 그 결의문을 먼저 여러분께 읽어드리도록 하겠습니다. 1. 세대 간 형평성을 고려하고 조속 간 법률 제정과 사업 착수 필요. 2. 미래 세대 부담 최소화를 위한 면밀한 재원 조성 관리. 3. 중장기 기술 개발 로드맵의 수립과 핵심 기술의 차질 없는 확보. 4. 인재 양성
technical roadmap and secure the core technology. And we have to promote and nurture talents and to implement programs. And we need to diversify opinion channels for the youth. And we will have to establish the industry ecosystem for high-level waste. So that was wonderful resolution, and I heard that you had wonderful and passionate discussion yesterday. So now I would like to invite Kim Yoo-han, student of Gyeongbok University, to the stage to deliver the resolution. And I would like to invite the CEO, Cha, from CORED as well. So please come up to the stage.
네, 김유한 학생께서는 이사장.
So now, Kim Yoo-han, can you present your resolution to CEO Cha Sung-soo?
마스크 벗.
Please take off your mask for a group photo. Please hold up the resolution for the group photo.
네, 좋습니다. 고맙습니다. 수고 많으셨습니다.
Thank you very much. Well, Mr. Cha seems very satisfied and happy, probably because of the passion shown by our students. Since this high-level waste issue is a huge issue for the humanity, and they're trying to challenge themselves. Well, this concludes everything for the 8th SaRaM that has been held for 2 days. Thank you so much for your participation, who stayed with us until the end of the symposium. Well, thank you so much for your participation once again, and I believe that your participation will give us an opportunity to address this high-level waste issue.
Who have attended offline and online and sparing your precious time with us. And our efforts to radioactive waste management will continue. See you at the 9th SaRaM next year. 여러분 고맙습니다. 내년에 꼭 다시 뵙고 싶습니다. 여러분 안녕히 가십시오.